Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Felis Mengus, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mia in the Shire, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMails24, Unamento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. And with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Teams that always played, not each other, but played, the Dallas Cowboys and the Detroit Lions. Now, Dallas would usually play the Washington Redskins. It was like Cowboys and Indians, you know? But now that everybody got politically correct and you're not allowed to say Redskins, they changed their name to the Washington Commanders. And it's just not the same. They don't play each other anymore on Thanksgiving. So, but there's 3 football games on, yeah.
Yeah, I remember they changed the name. I thought it was not necessary because Washington Redskins was okay. It wasn't a racial slur of any kind, was it?
No, it's like calling the white people pale, pale
face.
Yeah, pale face. The thing is, when you speak to the Indian communities, what's left of them on reservations, they were pissed off that happened because they had one of the most beautiful football helmets of an Indian chief right on the side of the helmet. It was an outstanding helmet. Now they got a W.
Yeah, boring. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I remember them being annoyed. They didn't, they weren't happy about that decision, and I thought rightly so. I thought it was odd that they'd want to change the name just to be politically correct. I think that's silly.
Listen, things happen. This is history. We can go back and back and back, and these things happen to many countries. It's history. You can't escape it. You can't cover it up either.
Yeah.
It's there. Deal with it. But anyway, how's it going? You've been bouncing around servers, Jim?
I popped into Jenna's server, been in there, it's okay. And I went into the Earth Awakenings, not too long. I think the Earth Awakenings, 45 minutes. And then Jenna's server, total time spent here, probably about an hour, 2 hours, that's it. So far. Why?
No, I'm just asking because I don't want to talk about it. I really don't. But what's been going on from yesterday and today? Like, Righteous told me that he had Nathan and Chewy separated, right? So that's fine. We stay in our area. He stays in his area. But he's in our text chat freaking spewing nonsense. And I did not want to talk to him from the time I hung up the phone. I cut him off. I'm done with him, right? But he freaking is pushing it. So I had to go into text chat and tell him, you've been terminated. Get out. And he's going back and forth trying to freaking make disciples or persuade people. And the sad thing is, since that video, it's been 90-10. 90% Nathan. Maybe there's 10% of people that are deluded by that cringe video. Scripted. Freaking probably rehearsed too. But yeah, he won't get out. He'll just keep coming in and it's like dealing with a child, you know?
Right.
Sending freaking emojis. Go to main text chat and view it. Look how when you try to deal with you think that is a mature human being, look what you're getting back.
Right. So you're saying, because I'm not quite getting you. You're saying that QE has access to your text chat. Is that right?
Yeah, he has access to our text chat. Like we have access to his. I thought we were separated, but I guess we're not. But yeah, we can go into his, but the thing is nobody's in his text chat. Nobody is in QE main text chat.
All right.
And he put up this whole thing, like this whole freaking long thing, and at the end it said, good luck in your lawsuit, Nathan. Something to that effect. And I'm like, so we started going at it, me and QE. Then Righteous pops in and he erases everything that I said, but he did not erase anything that QE had up. And it pissed me off. Well, he erased QE, me and him going back and forth, but he did not erase QE's main freaking, like, page long freaking message. If you scroll up, you'll see it. And when I asked him last night, I said, why wouldn't you take that down? He said, I felt that could stay up.
Okay. So Writers has been busy scrubbing up certain comments, yeah?
Yeah, and he even said that, right? You said that he freaking erased a lot of the comments that came in on QE's show. I said, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Leave the damn things the way they are. Let it play out. So I don't want to talk about it. I just needed to freaking get that off my chest.
Right. Any ideas to when the book will begin to be published? Have we got? Is it going to be this year or will it be next year now?
It definitely won't be this year. I mean, my wife's still working on transcribing all the videos. How many videos you got left in? 2 more videos she's got left to do. And once that's happened, we've got the full skeleton, or what was formerly known as the 5th draft, will be called the 6th draft from here forward. We'll be adding to that with a load of anecdotes and incidental stories about people that I've encountered over the last 10 years in what will be called the 7th draft. And then that'll be gone through with a fine-tooth comb by a couple of proofreaders, and hopefully that'll be done by Easter.
Fantastic. Okay, so that's good news. Really good.
Absolutely.
Just
good
one
news.
note: the proofreaders will not be co-authors, just in case anybody gets the wrong idea about what they'll be doing. My wife gave that was my wife's joke. She just said it over my shoulder and I repeated it.
I think we need to be careful what we say. We shouldn't talk about it anymore from this point forward, unless you do, Nathan. But because they're recording everything. Like,
oh, are they?
We got everything recorded.
So let me get it straight. Yeah. The 2 editors that were sacked are recording everything after being dismissed and removed from the building. Oh, really? That's really lovely for you.
Oh, he didn't like that when I said that to him yesterday. I said, what are you doing here? You've been terminated. Oh, he don't like that at all.
Yeah, people don't like it when they get sacked. You know, one minute you're telling Jaguar that you should have your name on their car, the next minute they've fired you and walked you out of the building, and you're like, I'm going to go to the courts. Oh, really? Yeah, your name's not going on the Jaguar. Fuck off. Get lost. Let's not see the back of you ever again. Bye-bye.
That's a false analogy. What do you call that, fallacy?
I'll make whatever analogy I damn well please.
They said that it was freaking, it was dead on arrival and he couldn't resurrect it. Are you joking me? This guy is full of himself. I mean, I knew, but it was QE, but I didn't know to the extent
My
of
favourite
how much
part,
he
Neil,
loves himself.
was when he was asked, what's happening with the book now? And he said, nothing. And I laughed my tits off. No, nothing with you, you jumped up narcissist. You've been sacked, you fucking retard. So no, not nothing. Just nothing with you, Dumbo. You've been removed from the project unceremoniously and described as a thief, which is precisely what you are, a thief. Make no mistake, that's how you'll be remembered. A thief who decided to steal a 5th draft and call it a 2nd book. It wasn't. It was my 5th draft. Now, when the final draft comes out, it'll have my fucking name on it. and it won't have any semblance of some jumped-up twat who thinks he's an author, because he's been sacked, as is some other guy whose name I forget.
I think it was Adam Larkin or Leakin or Lackin.
Gherkin or Merkin,
Lackin.
something like that. Anyway, these two jumped-up twats have been removed. So when they're being asked what's happening with the book, you mean my book that was being edited by these two twat thieves? Oh, they were removed from the project. That doesn't mean nothing's happening. It means they're not involved anymore. So when they decided that they'd be answering what was happening with my book, the one that they've got no involvement with anymore, they said nothing. No, you've got no involvement with my book anymore, dumbos. You've been unceremoniously dismissed and removed from the building, and your keys have been taken off you. That's what's actually happened. Maybe answering on behalf of my book and what's happening with it. Yeah, that's moving quite nicely ahead without you anymore, because you're not involved anymore, because you're thieves. So thieves got removed from the project continues without the thieves. Maybe asking the thieves what's happening with my book, ask me.
Well, what they did was they convinced some people that there's two books, Nathan.
Yeah, you know what? Kelrick went to one of the old episodes that I'd published. Yeah, published so that if any thieving bastards come along and say it's actually my book, no, you see, here's where I'm publishing the creative process so that my members can come back to me and go, here you go, Nathan, here's Adam going through the fourth draft, cutting and pasting vast chunks of it into what they're calling the, quote, second book, and I'm officially labelling, with Adam and QE in my presence, as the fifth draft, with them agreeing, and then continuing to work on vast chunks that they cut and paste from the fourth draft. They're just liars. And as I said when I reacted live to their lies, my members already know the score because I've already leaked vast chunks of the creative process. So why isn't there a whole bunch of people rallying around them? Oh no, they've been hard done by, they helped you so much, they deserve co-authorship. Because everybody knew exactly what was on offer. Now, furthermore, D. Rose got back in touch, and D. Rose made a really interesting point that I've forgotten about because it was about 12 months ago. He said that when they read the third draft, they insisted that it didn't go out like that and that they insisted on helping make it better. They said, oh, D. Rose explained to me, you weren't begging them for help. They insisted on, quote, making it better. They said, we're not going to let this go out like that. We want to make it the best book ever. We insist that we get involved making it better. That was their interjection, their insistence that they helped. That's what they did. What they actually meant was they'll thieve this book. I can take ownership of this book if I get heavily involved enough. No, you won't be thieving anything. And no, when you're asked how it's progressing, the answer isn't it's not. The answer is progressing quite nicely without you two thieving bastards involved anymore. That's what's actually happening.
Nathan, I've been saying that. We were the ones that stopped you. If you remember the first encounter, you were freaking furious when we were saying, don't put it out. We want to make it better. It was everybody. You were the one that we had to calm down. It wasn't us, this making it like 10th Man came to us and said, can you help? And then something with Chuck having a heart attack and they asked them for the help. No, it's the other way around. We stopped progress. When I say we, I mean everybody on the panel, and said we could make it so much better.
Yeah, I remember it now. D-Rose reminds me. Because they're gaslighters. They want to change history, make it seem like the real history is Nathan begged us to help. No, I didn't. Far from it.
If anything, we talked you into it, and it took a while. It wasn't like, okay, fine. You were fighting us tooth and nail to the point where you were really nasty. And you know what? We should have listened to you.
Regardless.
Now, regarding...
Go ahead, Jin.
Regarding the book and its copyright infringements, is there any possibility that may happen to you and your book?
No, absolutely not. Having published the creative process, because I was educated in it, did media studies and performing arts. Part of it was training on copyright law. So we were taught how to retain ownership of things, how to publish, who gets rights in the case of publishing. I was explaining this to my wife yesterday. Most of it was surrounding music, to be perfectly brutal. That was how it was described to me, with examples of people who come out with the same material at the same time, and it goes to a court, and they're saying, well, whose is it then? Well, it's the person who published it first, or can show that they had ownership of the material first, with dates to demonstrate when they produced it first. That's how you win. So having that in mind, I published chunks of the creative process to my audience. When Neil says, 90% of the people are behind Nathan, yeah, that's because 90% of the people who are actually concerned with this already got the score by watching the creative process take place on my channel as members. And in some instances, on the Uncut and After show that was published to people on the second channel. In a limited capacity, because it doesn't get a great deal of audience members, admittedly. But nevertheless, the public, generally speaking, were acutely aware of whose the book was, who was helping with it, and what they were doing. And they got to see what they were doing, as it was all recorded by me, some of it published to the audience, who got to see. And then after the fact, they go, no, that's not how it went down. We watched! So when two lying, thieving bastards come along and go, no, actually, it took place... No, the audience just turned around and go, no, you're a liar. We watched how it went down. We knew what you were going to get. You knew what you were going to get. You were told. And we saw you being told because it was recorded as you were being told. So you don't get away with lying, cheating, and trying to steal my fifth draft and relabel it as a second book. When everybody's seen the process...
Yep, that was the confusing part. Like they shot themselves in the foot with that. Listen, you don't have to defend the truth. It's
Exactly.
going to come out.
I'm not too concerned, is my overarching point here, Jin. When I'm going to worry about it, no, not in the slightest. I've got nothing to worry about.
Well, that's it then. Well, I wish you all the best on your endeavour with the book then, of course. Excellent.
Yes, things will continue at a lick.
Yeah, and praises to your wife for, endeavouring with you, and fantastic. So all the best. And just one other note, a bit private, maybe you don't want to comment. I understood that your daughter was ill yesterday. Has she recovered?
Yes, so was I. We were
One of
both
your daughters?
Yeah, we were both thrown up.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you're both okay now.
She's just got a little bit of a cough. I'm all right.
Okay. Well, yeah, children tend to get ill when they're young at the moment. Hopefully the immune system gets stronger. And when they get older, those sort of things happen very rarely. So,
Yeah, I was throwing up too after that video.
Okay.
People are asking about you, Clover. Are you okay? Clover? People are asking about your welfare. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Clover says she's okay.
Yes, I heard that. Yep. Yeah, that very, as they say in Japanese, genki, very healthy and sprightly. Yep. Okay, that's good.
How do you say that?
Well, in Japanese, genki, which means fit, well and fit and well. It's full of energy, sprightly. Yeah.
Right, as you and Righteous are currently in this hangout together, sort of, one's in Discord and one's in G+, right? Lay off Righteous Force, Neil, right? Unlike Brian, who's just a shit-stirring little bitch, Righteous is genuinely caught between a rock and a hard place, yeah? That is to say, he's done nothing wrong, and he's just struggling on to keep things on an even keel in his very well-run server, which I'm privileged to be a part of. So just don't give him so much shtick. He doesn't deserve it. He's not done anything wrong. I just want to make that absolutely clear.
I ain't. But be fair is all I'm saying. You can't leave something he put up.
Righteous is extremely fair,
you.
right? Righteous is very moderate, very discerning, and I trust Righteous's judgment. So when I see messages with, Nathan should do this with... No. Right? I trust Righteous Force. I hope you can hear me. I don't know if he stepped away from his computer or not.
Yeah, I'm here.
Good. I don't want you getting any stick for
started-
this. You don't deserve anything at all of the sort, right? You're not taking sides. You're just trying to moderate your server in the best way possible. And I appreciate what you do. You don't deserve any stick. You don't deserve any hassle. And I will stop people from giving it you if I see it.
Thank you, Nathan. And look, I started serving you and QE, and I'm going to continue serving you and QE to the best of my abilities. I could improve in that. You know what I mean? I've been away lately for a while. I haven't been as active, but that's what I've been doing before, and that's what I'm going to continue doing. Does that make sense?
Well, from my perspective, I can only apologise that you're inadvertently pulled into a situation you have no bearing on, you have no influence over, and it's nothing to do with you. So it's not really reasonable that you should have to deal with anything. You know, it's totally unfair that you should have to deal with anything in this scenario. You do because you're running a server and these things happen, right? It is, for want of a better word, just the politics of running a server. So from that perspective, I can understand that you're like probably just rolling your eyes and getting on with it, and good for you. But I still have a bit of pity for you because it's like you shouldn't have to deal with this kind of nonsense. Right? It's not your problem. So from that perspective, if I see you getting grief, I am going to defend you, even if it's to Neil, right? And same applies to you, Neil. I'm very grateful for your assistance and your loyalty. Very grateful indeed, right? A few people have commented that you wouldn't know about to me, pointing that out. And you do realise what a good friend Neil is? I'm like, yeah, I do realise. So just so you two don't need to fall out either. I hope you won't, because there's no need for you either of you to.
Just hold on. Righteous said to me, I'm just going by what he said. I said, how you dealing with it? This is a week or two ago. He said, I got him separated. So I'm under the assumption that we're separated. I do not want to talk to QE at all. And I said that when I hung up the phone. And I see him in our text chat leaving things derogatory towards you. So I got to get involved. And I'm just asking, Righteous. I thought we were separated. That's all.
Well, that's what you got to do when you're
They
on a
are
loser,
separated.
right?
Nathan and QB are separated. Nathan doesn't hang out in the main text chat.
No, I don't.
And I do delete posts from both sides. I deleted QE posts too. I didn't delete all the QE posts. I still think he has a right to like post his story. But when it gets like all argy-bargy and people are arguing on each other's necks, I'll clean that up, because I like the server to be,
on a side note,
respectable looking.
For certain individuals, there's a need to create a narrative, a story. Maybe you could call it rewriting history. For me, I've already published the history. People can see it in the videos, can't they? There's no need for me to come up with a narrative, spin history, come up with a story, right? So when I see Kelrick, as I gave you the example of it earlier, time stamping what's actually happened on a video that's available to the public, where I'm detailing explicitly what we're doing with my fifth draft, now called the quote second book. Yeah, that's a documented fact in history, my fifth draft and how it's being produced. So there's no amount of spin that's going to change that as a historical fact, is there? Yeah? What they've done is stolen from me, Righteous. Let's just get that clear as we're on this subject. I won't bring it up again, but the two people who you host are thieves. They've stolen from me my fifth draft.
Well, I'd rather not get involved in this. I'd rather just...
No, I'm just making you aware a couple of your tenants are thieves, because they are.
All right, well, that's your position.
It's a fact. It's a fact. A fifth draft was produced, and the audience has been made aware because it's been recorded and then presented to them as it was being produced, being called the fifth draft. It's been relabeled second book and then retained by two thieves. Those are the facts in the matter, and I just want you to be acutely aware of those facts. That's not spin. Those are facts.
Oh, I'm listening, but I'm not going to get involved. I'm just going to...
Fair enough.
I'm just going to be... Yeah, I'm just going to...
Just so you know who your tenants are. That's all. Forewarned is forearmed, as they say.
Yeah, you got to, when you got a nice house, you got to let the landlord know when tenants are going to muck it up.
Suddenly your candlesticks go missing. You'll want to know where you might want to look. Me, I don't have to worry about any of this shit, right? Because I'm not a thief, right? I've not stolen anything from anybody. I've been offered assistance, and then the assistants have turned around and tried to extort me. That's what's happened. Well, I'll verbalise that as much as I like.
Now that is history right there, what you just said, because that's exactly what went down.
Yeah, and I don't have any fear of expressing the facts in the matter because, well, if someone challenges me on them, I'll go to this video, Flat Earth Debate 2433. Go and have a look at the 4th draft turning into the 5th draft. What's that? It's a new book. Why is Adam taking vast chunks, copying them and pasting them into what you're calling a second book then? Apparently it was a completely new book. No, Adam's taking huge chunks, copying them and pasting them from the old 4th draft. What, Chuck's book? No, my book, all of it. It's just the 4th draft of my book. Yeah, relabeling this shit because you've stolen it won't change the facts in the matter.
They gave Brian 15% of the book, Nathan. Wow.
Yeah, when you're a thief, you can divvy up the spoils however you like, right? Well, you can have 15% of this bank loot that we robbed. Well, because it's frivolous to them, isn't it, right? They just stole it. So what, you can divvy up who owns what? It's not theirs to divvy up. Maybe they're starting to appreciate that it's not theirs to divvy up in percentages of how much Brian's got to account for it. Brian has plagiarised my entire career on YouTube. Quote, Brian, my book is about housekeeping, end quote, Brian. What's that, Brian? You told Neil that your book's not about housekeeping. You're a liar, Brian. Let it be known, let the audience know. Brian is a liar. When asked, is your book about housekeeping? Because he's forgotten what I've recorded. When he said to me, it's about housekeeping, he's forgotten that I've recorded him saying it. So when he's then re-asked 6 months later, what's your book about? Is it about housekeeping? Nathan's saying it belongs to him if it's about housekeeping. No, it's not. You're a lying shitbag, Brian. Yeah, that's why I record everything. So when some lying fuck Irishman says, no, it's not about housekeeping, end quote, I'll go, what about this? When you say, quote, it's a book about housekeeping. I can call you a fucking liar, can't I, Brian? You little bitch. You lying little bastard. Yeah? Brian, you're a liar. There's no two ways about it. You lying little fuck. So don't come around here with your bitch behaviour and your lies. Yeah? You'll see my boot too, you lying little bastard.
Well, let me help you out there, Nathan, because he covered his ass on that the other day. On the video, he said it started out at housekeeping, but
that's a bit of a change of tune. So it's not a book about housekeeping, end quote. It's now, oh, well, it started off as a book about housekeeping. Oh, the tangled web liars weave. So when you found out I got a recording that proved you a fucking liar, you changed your tune, and now it used to be a book about housekeeping. Well, that wasn't what you answered when you were asked initially, was it, you lying little shitbag? So covering your tracks, are you? That's what liars need to do, you lying little fuck, Brian. Make no mistake, Brian, you are a liar, and I won't let you forget about it. Yeah? Me subtly laying the little trap for you to fall right in when you denied what your book was about. Now we know it was a book about housekeeping. How much of Brian's book did Brian really write? He's having to rewrite it because he's plagiarised a lot of what I do in it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you'll have to lie about that, won't you, Brian, you little bitch? Yeah, and I'll catch you every fucking time, you pathetic lying little scrote.
Yeah, that's a lot of rewriting he's got to do because he's deep into it. So if he said it was, but now he changed it, wow, that's going to be delayed for a long time.
Yeah, if there's any shred of intellectual property, you'll be hauled over the coals, Brian. You'll be in court finding out what copyright is. Sound familiar? Dickheads.
They sent you a cease and desist letter.
Yeah, it was great. I used it as toilet paper. I wiped my ass with it. I'll get my lawyer to send a letter to QE saying he must suck my dick and give me good eye contact.
Oh, dear. Let's not go there, Nathan.
But if I write it with an official letterhead from a legal representative, he's got to come and suck my dick and give me good eye contact, right? He demands it, does he? You demand it, do you? I demand you come and suck my dick, QE. Make sure you give me good eye contact. I'll get a letterhead from a solicitor to write it on. So you then got to do it? Retard. You getting some legal official to tell me to do something. Yeah, I'll take that document and wipe my arse with it, laughing. Yeah? Think I don't know what you need to get me to do something? You need a judgment, you fucking retard. Not a letter. Cease and desist. Yeah, made really good toilet paper.
People don't realize that, Nathan, that you could just take that thing and throw it out. If you don't open it, it don't mean nothing.
I crammed it up my asshole. That's what I did with it. It's smeared with my shit. That's what it is. You understand, you pathetic pair of thieving twats?
Well, that was supposed to scare you, Nathan.
Oh, do I sound scared? You have no fucking idea. I've been through multiple court cases which I won, you pair of pathetic twats. Yeah? One of them was for copyright, you fucking retards.
Let's be honest, they did a quick Google search of stuff and they tried to make it seem as freaking legal as possible. I was laughing the whole time.
Yeah, I heard
That
QE
was the part of the
stuttering
video I
about
was
going
laughing.
to a copywriter. Did you now? Really? Oh, how sweet. Yet meanwhile, progression on my book without the assistance of two thieving fuckers will continue. Just without two thieving fuckers being part of the process, while they relabel my fifth draft a second book that's got no port. You pathetic pair of wankers. Yeah, your book that you've called My Fifth Draft has been reacquired because I, unlike you incompetent pair of buffoons, haven't lost all the information. I recorded it and managed to keep it in my possession, unlike you two pair of fuckwits who couldn't seem to keep hold of any of it and kept losing it. By your own fucking admission, you're a pair of spastics. You don't have to keep the documents in your own possession, you pair of retards. Yeah, I did, because I'm not a fucking incompetent retard.
And let's not forget Flatsy, how she totally deleted a whole session one time.
Yeah, my wife was, while I was disappearing during the, whatever you want to call it, live reaction as you were holding the phone up in your car, right? I was doing other things, but I came back to my wife in my Skype chat, cutting and pasting Flatsy's messages. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, Flatsy's slagging you off. I was like, I haven't heard her slagging me off. She's like, no, on Quantum Eraser's show, she's painting you out to be the bad guy. So says Neil. I'm like, okay. So she had gone and got a screenshot of Flatsy and her sentiment and pasted it into Master B. Did you see that?
Yeah, I kicked her right out. Right after that, I kicked her off the channel, the show, whatever you want to call it. I removed her from Master B.
Well, what did she? Like I say, I stuttering around this because I'm in the dark. Like I say, I was doing other things, sorting out Windows to be specific, which has been sorted now, thank God. But my wife was engaged with you and what was going on while I was doing other things, and then she's like, Flatsy this and Flatsy that. I'm like, whoa. I mean, what I told Flatsy was, this isn't your fight. Just step off. This has nothing to do with you. You shouldn't be involved. But where I've said you don't need to be involved, it's not fair on you. You've got other shit going on in your life. Presumably, my thieving bastard former editors have decided to weaponize her.
Yeah, that was before. You said that before the 3-hour conversation that they tried to hold with me, that I got off in 60 seconds. She stood on. So after that, they convinced her that what they did from that point on was totally brand new and nothing to do with your book.
Really? Well, it's a good job Kelrick went back to some of the old episodes to show that they were lying when they cut and paste huge chunks from the fourth draft into what they're calling the second book. Really? New? Completely new? Well, why was Adam cutting and pasting huge chunks of it then? It's because it's not. It's just my fifth draft. Relabeling it to cover up your theft isn't going to change what you've done. You've stolen a Word document. Now, me, I still managed to retain all of the information that was gathered throughout the entire creative process. I also published it, shockingly. So when this sort of thing happens, it's not me going back to old episodes and saying, no, here's where they're proven liars. It's my audience. Because they already know that these two thieving bastards are complete liars. And they're the ones coming to me showing me with timestamps where they're lying.
I don't see where she put anything in Master B, but I remember what she said. She was like, who is he if they don't want their
I'll
stuff
read it. I've just found it. From Flatsy, I'm not sure how to respond to this. It was my understanding that they were all volunteering to help for your book. I'm fine with doing that. I don't need anything in return. I'm just shocked.
Yes, that was her original stance. And then came the 3-hour phone call.
Right, so she had plenty of poison poured into her ear and was spun into believing that thievery is acceptable. Yeah, shocking. Yeah, you need a lot of spin and you need 3 hours of browbeating to achieve that. Me, I don't need to do anything, do I? In fact, quite the opposite. Without doing a thing, my audience has come back to me and gone, here you go, Nathan, here's timestamps that prove these two cunts are lying. Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, I kind of knew already, but it's nice that I've had the foresight to publish this to my audience, so without doing a damn thing, my audience can show me where they're lying with timestamps.
Well, the funny thing about that video is they gave Flatsy, they put her in the sessions before I was in the sessions. No. She came after, okay? Because I remember all the Bible U was supposed to do the grammar checking, and they forced her in there. I was in there first. I was in there 100% of the time. Why wasn't I called in as a witness and questioned on the show? Oh, what do you want? Somebody that was there the whole time? More than a fly on the wall, Nathan's eyes and ears. Wouldn't you want to ask me a question about what happened? Oh, no, not if it's going to contradict you, right? You lying piece of turd. I don't want to talk with him anymore.
Yeah, as you keep saying, Neil, the truth doesn't need any explanation, does it? So in this case, I'm not needing to spin some narrative. It's all documented, it's all been recorded, it's all been, not all, but partially been published in chunks. So that there's a record of what's gone on. And when my audience, including Flatsy's, like, I was under the understanding we were just helping you. Yeah, that's because that was what was going on, and that's what's been published to the audience. So the audience also are under that impression, because that's the facts in the matter. So when someone comes along and goes, no, actually, second book, co-authors, nobody's agreeing with them. You say 10%, well, what, the people that haven't got the vaguest idea what's going on, haven't watched any of the videos and have just decided to listen to the spin? Well, fair enough. I mean, there's going to be 10% of morons that haven't got a clue what's going on, that will side based on the immediacy of what's being presented to them there and then. Well, fine. But like as you say, 90% of people... have I had a single comment saying, I can't believe you've done this to them, Nathan? What, done what? Had my my fifth draft stolen from me? How is that in any way detrimental to them? At what point did they get a publicist? What's their contract with their publisher for the second book that they're writing? Oh, they don't have a publisher. So why in unholy fuck would they suggest that they're writing a book at all? Yeah, there's only one book being written. And when it's described admirably by me to those two thieving bastards as the fifth draft, as Adam's taking huge chunks from the fourth draft and putting it in the second book, it just makes them demonstrable fucking liars, doesn't it?
Well, they obviously didn't do their homework.
No, they just weren't paying attention, because presumably because they're involved in some of the shows, they don't go back. They're not a fan of the show because they think they're part of the show. They think they are the show. They think they are the book. Wrong, dumbos. But people who are fans of the show are acutely aware of what's going on because they pay close attention. People are heavily involved. People like me and the show. So they're acutely aware of what's gone on through history because it's there to go and watch and go and refer to. Hence, people can go back and go and gather up the timestamps that show them to be wrong. Not suggest it with a story, a narrative put out today. They go back 8, 9, 10, 12 months and go, here you go, that's completely lying. Here's the evidence to show that's wrong. Second book. No, here it is being described as the fourth and fifth draft. As you're doing it.
Yeah, and the other thing, Brian at the end had the audacity to say, and I talked to the guys in Discord yesterday. We were all together in Discord for a few hours. And I said, it's on you guys, because this idiot says that FED is the Titanic because the captain of their ship refuses to acknowledge when he's wrong.
Well,
Really,
if things were
Brian,
different,
the
Neil,
Titanic?
people would give a fuck what Brian's got to say. If things were very, very different, people would care what he'd got to say. But as things are, then no one gives a shit, do they?
No, but it's an insult to us. I mean, we're the new panel now.
Ah, well,
And I think these
never
guys are
mind.
doing an outstanding job.
Yeah, never
Gin,
mind.
flat
Brian's a
off the
liar.
one deck.
So, for example, when I asked Brian via yourself, is your book about housekeeping? No, the book is not about housekeeping. Oh, really? Well, I've got a recording of you saying it's specifically about housekeeping. Oh, well, it used to be about housekeeping. You're a fucking liar, Brian, and I can prove it. Make no mistakes, Brian is a liar.
Can I say something? What's up? Good morning. Good
morning.
afternoon. Whatever.
I was talking about you earlier, D Rose. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. I just want to say it's not like I'm a beacon of truth. I'm the truth radar, and I can speak for many other people. I have no reason to be biased, to favor, or to even have a side to choose. But I will side with truth, and it is quite obvious that what they've done is conniving, betraying, and just so totally nefarious in a way of like it's almost like family, and I'm gonna give them the credit as family because we were kind of like family. But I'm gonna say this as well. Measurements, we are full circle. There is no more to discuss. We went through that before this thievery, betrayal, and we've said it, reiterated it many times. So the fact that the goal to say that the ship is sinking, what are you talking about? The ship is on foundation. The flood is over. We're setting up new shop. This is a new chapter. You're no longer needed with your thievery. You're no longer needed with your backstabbing ways and whatever you got to say because it's totally irrelevant. So it's not like Nathan didn't start this without you. Nathan started this by himself, and he can end it by himself because it's come full circle. So whatever you thought you contributed, whatever you thought that you did that Nathan couldn't do without you, all of that, that's your opinion. At the end of the day, it's full circle. If you were to have went to the moon and never came back in a scenario equal to what you've just done, because that's what it is. You went to Narnia. We don't see you no more. You don't exist anymore after what you've done. It's not going to affect the truth. It's not going to affect the FED. It's not going to affect the fact that it's been proven full circle, irrefutably and indubitably, that it's measured flat. So there's no sinking ship. There's no, you're going to bleed out. Everything's going to be fine right over here. Trust that. Nathan will be good. And I have no reason to say that because it's not like me and Nathan is any closer together than I'm close with any of you guys. But I'm going to speak the truth. And I guarantee you, as long as we stand on truth and righteousness, it's going to be good. And speaking of righteous, I'm disappointed in him, but I'm not surprised because he's a very biased, hypocritical person when it comes to hypersensitivity.
Easy.
No, I'm saying to hypersensitivity to things that are bad. Because I've had my runs with him where I've seen things on the chat. That's why I don't be on the chat anymore. Where I see ballers and I see even other people that come in say things that I'm like, wow, that's profound. And then I'll do something or say something little and I'm striked or I'm spoken to. That's why I left the chat because it was like, I want to obey the rules, but I'm seeing other people get away with the rules. Same thing with letting QE's things stay on there. And I went to observe it. And I noticed there was no type of, I don't know if they spoke in private, but QE's thing stayed up. And anybody that contacted him in response, it was either I couldn't see it for whatever reason, or I could see it was just a one-sided conversation. I don't know if that person, maybe that person may have said something totally out of line, which was, what warranted him to be removed. But I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's cool at all. Because if you stand on truth and righteousness, you either let both people speak or you remove the inappropriate things that's being said from either side. So, but hey, this thing is it's gonna pan out. When it pans out, it's gonna be the last man standing. And I think Nathan gonna be standing where he was solely, whether it be with Neil or whatever, the people that stick around, that know the truth, or even if he's on his own. Nathan did this by himself. He came out the womb by himself with FED. He's gonna be good, and I'll land on that.
That's what I've been saying. Nathan started it. When Nathan wants to end it, he'll end it. And that's it. But the show will go on. And they're finding it hard now because I think it's setting in. You know, just in my interaction with Quantum Disgracer yesterday, I think it's setting in. And he realized it's hard for him to not be needed. The Grand High Exalted Mystic Ruler has been cut down. Ooh, it's rough.
What's funny, Neil, is that he says he's done his due diligence for copyright, yet he seems to think he can copyright other people's citations. Hilarious.
Yeah, I thought that too.
It just gets funnier. I'm sorry. Due diligence. You freaking Google something.
Yeah, it was bullshitting. That's why I was stuttering and stammering around describing it. It was hilarious.
Yeah, the one thing that confused me about the copywriting is, dude, you voluntarily put it in there. It's not like you went out of your way and took it without permission.
Yeah,
But I don't know what he's talking about. Like he's got a website copyrighted. He's got his catchphrases like Crayon Muncher copyrighted. I don't get what he means.
Well,
No.
guys,
That's
I used to run websites years ago, and I put the same copyright spiel on the bottom. The website I had, I basically gathered guitar tablatures from every other website and made a bigger database. And I put a little spiel on the bottom. It meant nothing. It was nothing. It was just a few letters typed. But in his case, if he's using that website for commercial gain, then he's potentially plagiarizing those. Well, he doesn't have permission. You can cite where you got the source from, but if you're using it in a commercial context without written permission, then he could be in trouble for using those citations.
We can't use a scientific method because QE thinks it's his scientific method, probably.
That'd be me. No, I'm sorry, Kiwi. Your services are no longer needed. You've been terminated. Let's get it on.
Hey,
How you doing, everybody?
Buenos dias.
happy Thanksgiving.
Is it
yeah,
Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Thanksgiving.
When's
Yes,
Thanksgiving?
indeed. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble.
When's that exactly? Today?
Today is the day we celebrate the Pilgrims and the Indians joining, holding hands, singing Kumbaya.
Oh, really? Oh, well, I did not know that. It's not something we celebrate here. For us, it's Thursday.
And then they killed each other over the cranberry juice.
Wait a second. That's a quote from Rocky. Because Adrian says, but it's Thanksgiving. He goes, it's Thanksgiving to you, but to me, it's Thursday.
It's also
Damn
a
it,
line
Neil. I
from
was just
Street Fighter. Raul Julia says
Hello,
it
everyone.
to the Chun-Li character. She's like,
Hey, Nathan.
you took away my family. She's like, the guy playing is M. Bison, the character. And he's like, for you, it was the most devastating day ever. You lost your family, you lost your father. For me, it was a Tuesday.
Hey, guys. Hey, Nathan.
Hello, George.
I think we should update the intro. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate. There is no debate anymore.
What's the namesake?
The debate is
The
finished.
name of the show.
Yeah, I understand, but it's not a debate anymore, and it's also one of the names suggested to the book. So I think welcome to Flat Earth should be enough.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I have contemplated it. I won't lie. As in, do I need to change the name of the show? Because the current rhetoric is exactly as George has just pointed out for my audience's benefit. What George is saying is, why is the show called Flat Earth Debate? There is no debate. If both sides require Earth be measured flat, why would you call it a debate? I wouldn't. It isn't. We measure Earth flat. Earth is flat. That's how it's measured. What's that? You don't like Earth being measured flat and want to say it isn't? Well, then you've got to give up all the measurements because all of the measurements of Earth are flat. What's that? You do want to use the flat Earth measurements? Yes, because it's flat. Earth's flat. That's how we measure it. There is no debate. It was just creating an illusion of debate that we had to suffer for the last 10 years. But the reality is there isn't one. But it's still just the namesake. It's just the name of the show now.
Yeah, but Nathan, that you're talking about the ballers there. What about the flat earthers that don't want it to just be the measurements? They still want to talk about globe debunkings and how we see too far and all these other things. You can't just say Earth is measured flat and game over.
You don't have to do anything, right? Now. So from my heart to you, fellow flirfs, formerly known as, right? I now call you anti-globers, because that's where you are, right? Saying we see too far for a ball is being an anti-baller, yeah? You don't like people who have a religion that they're on a ball. So you brace against the religion of being on a ball when you say things like, we see too far. Too far based on what? How far a ball says we should see? Well, that's you bracing against ball faith. It's not demonstrating Earth's flat. The measurements used within the calculation to say or suggest how far we should see on a ball are flat. That's all I need. The moment you start detailing horizontal linear mile measurements to oil rigs, you've proven Earth's flat. That's how it's got to be measured. The moment you describe perpendicularity with height above surface level or sea level as an average, or the measurement of the average itself, as someone was pointing out in the comments, which I thought was genius. I think it came up on the show. To take an average of the sea level, you need a flat Earth to do so. You're talking about perpendicular to a plane for all three, if you're taking three, for the average. So to create an average sea level, you need Earth to be completely level as a plane of reference to describe and measure that as an average. That's how it is ultimately measured. In all respects and without exception, Earth is measured flat. So for you, formerly known as flat earthers, mocked and ridiculed as flirfs, now relabeled by me as anti-globers, you can say we see too far. But what's dictating how far we see? A globe Earth calculator that requires you punch in flat Earth measurements? Me? It's not that serious. We don't need any of these calculations. We don't need to declare we're seeing too far. The measurements themselves show how Earth has been measured. Flat. So it's not that serious. It's not like we need to go around showing our prowess in debate by showing how far we should or shouldn't see. It really isn't that serious. It's just measured flat.
It's on the definition of the words. Yeah. The definition of horizontal, yeah, anyone can Google this. It's parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical. That's the definition of horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon. And vertical, that's the definition of vertical, perpendicular to the plane of the horizon. The definitions are there. It doesn't mention curvature. People just need to understand English a bit better.
Exactly. You just need to understand English and you'll understand how flat Earth is. Because it is. That's how we measure it. So it's really not that serious. We've been educated in anti-heliocentric rhetoric. And to be an anti-heliocentric purveyor of truth in your mind, you need to become quite overse or, educated in what heliocentrism stands for and how it operates. So you need to become a globe Earth knower to suggest how Earth isn't a globe. Like Parallax. What's the book called? Something like How Earth is Not a Ball? Well, describing how Earth's not a roast chicken makes you an expert in roast chicken. To say Earth's not one? Well, I'm not going to do that anymore. It's not that serious. We just measure Earth flat, so why would I need to know how Earth isn't a roast chicken and explain how it's not something? I don't need to explain to anybody why Earth isn't something else anymore. It's just measured flat for everyone in all circumstances and without exception. If you want to believe you're on a ball, then you'll need flat Earth measurements. If you want to believe you're not on a ball, then you'll need flat Earth measurements to create a ball for you to say how it doesn't work. For me, it's just like I say, it's not that serious. We just measure Earth flat, and there aren't any exceptions to that.
Au contraire. But there are people out there who think the Earth is a roast chicken. And the fact that I know how to cook roast chickens, I can then discuss with them how Earth isn't actually a roast chicken and you've made a mistake there, you're slightly delusional. So for me, I don't mind having to explain to them that Earth is measured flat. And if they ask me, what do I mean by that? I'll elaborate on that and say to them, you're not on a roast chicken. Okay? Those people are out there. I'm prepared and ready for those people. Thank you.
Fair enough. Regardless, as I say, I don't think it's that serious. When people have a belief, they're entitled to it as far as I'm concerned. You think Earth's the roast chicken? Oh, well, good for you. On you go. You're entitled to your belief.
See, but Jim is the unique one. Think about it, because he knows for sure, without a doubt, that Earth is measured flat. He's got that locked down. But he's still got all that other stuff in him. So he's able to go whatever way you want to go.
Yeah, I get it. But what if Jim was arguing with a baller right now, I'd feel compelled to, in the break, without being rude, say, look, lads, it's just not that serious. You're both measuring Earth flat.
Yeah. And he would say, agree. Right, Jim?
I would say affirmative, correct. But one of us seems to think that it's not measured flat, and that'll be the one that thinks it's a roast chicken. Now, the fact that I know how to roast a chicken and roast it well, together with me parsnips and Yorkshire puddings, yeah, and your gravy and your Paxo stuffing, right? Because I know all these ingredients, I can explain to him that he's got the ingredients in the wrong place, in the wrong order. You're not eating a bloody roast chicken. Okay, it's flat Earth. It's measured flat. This is why. Thank you.
Speaking of roast chickens, I put a little song in the Master B. It's about a roast chicken, actually, and Nathan spitting out facts. Might be worth it. You've heard it before, but great little tune. And I think you meant to say mean sea level before, Nathan, not sea level. It's mean sea level.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, mean sea level. And great video the other day, One Deck. Great video. Okay.
I'm spitting facts that Earth's measured flat. You might not like that, but facts are facts. Vertical heights from surface level. Horizontal linear measurements on the scale of maps axiomatically proves that, ooh, you might not like that. But facts are facts. And I'm spitting it flat and that perpendicular to a plane of reference that's height right parallel, flight level above sea level. If the Earth was flat, we would measure it flat. We measure it flat, so Earth is flat. And I'm spitting facts about that. You might not like that. You can't assume Earth a sphere by circular reasoning, but when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat Earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If Earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat Earth king of rhyme. If the Earth was flat, we would measure it flat. We measure it flat, so Earth is flat. And I'm spitting facts about that. You might not like that. You can't assume Earth a sphere by circular reasoning, but when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. And I'm spitting it flat and that. If the Earth was flat, we will measure it flat. We measure it flat, so Earth is flat.
Very good. That was If Earth Was a Big Roast Chicken by One Deck.
Yeah, the roasted chicken thing. That cracks me. That cracks me on the roasted chicken.
If you just want to hear it better, you got to go to the live show because we only get a certain way here.
Yeah, all my noise cancelling kicks in when you're listening to it in the Hangout, so it just sounds terrible to you guys. But that's okay. It sounded great to the live audience, I'm certain of that.
But it's right, innit? You're spitting out facts about how it's measured, and people don't like that. When you get down to the facts of the measurement, they don't like it.
Both sides. Make sure you clarify that. Both sides do not like it.
Yeah, the reason the flatties don't like it, or as I'm calling them now, anti-globers, is because they're having their intellectual prowess robbed from them by me. Like, we were sounding very intellectual when we were talking about the distance to the geometric horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and how this distance to this geometric horizon in this image is beyond the limitation set down in the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. And when I go through all of those facts, I sound extremely intellectual. You come along and go, it's not as serious, we're just measuring Earth flat, the distance is flat, the height off surface level's flat. The surface level itself is flat. The sea level's flat. The altitude's flat. The eye level's flat. It's all flat. It's just how it's been measured. So it's not that serious. I rob them of their ability to sniff their own farts and sound like intellectuals. That's why they don't like me. The flatties. Former flatties. I'm calling them anti-globers.
But you must be careful, though. Au contraire, once again, you must be careful, because there are flat earthers out there who are looking at themselves as they're just dealing with the facts on how to bring the so-called globe believer into the reality of he or she is not living on a globe, and they are living on a flat earth that is measured flat. Now, that's not an individual wanting to turn intellect, just trying to tell the truth. That's all they're doing. They're not going out thinking, oh, I'm smarter than that guy. Okay? That's not them. That's not the mentality of the flat earther that I've met. Okay, there are one or two of them out there doing that. That's not the majority of the flat earth community. Sorry, I don't see that.
Yeah, maybe that's huge, and so I agree with you there. But there were people that sat right on this panel that fought it tooth and nail, and their intellect was being challenged, or not even being challenged, just not needed anymore, and that was driving them crazy. And they would fight tooth and nail against measured flat. You're not that. You don't fit into that. You don't fight against it, Jim.
And I can also speak for other social media platforms other than this one or whatever service it's on, this whole thing that y'all be talking on. And at the end of the day, nobody speaks about the measurements. They're still talking about everything else that we deem as the feast of nonsense. And I always have to comment in caps, the measurement factor. So no, I don't know if they're the majority, but the ones that call themselves anti-globers or flat earthers are still never mentioning the measurements, but they're mentioning everything else. Ice walls, the firmament, the lights in the sky, everything that you could think of, every aspect, every ingredient that you could think about that we've known from the beginning since it became on social media, but they're not mentioning the measurements.
Yeah, and it's happening more and more because we mention measurements, because Refracted said one time a while ago, he said to measure is to know. And when you know something, you know something, and you know something by measuring it, right? So now they're fighting hard against that, and it's like the feast of nonsense is rearing its ugly head again because they have to put flat earth into the conspiracy realm, especially now because the measurements are out there.
Yes, there you go. You just said it. You nailed the coffin.
That's
Yeah,
what
but
nailed the coffin.
the Globers have the mindset that of a finite size of Earth. Yeah. So when they ask us for the measurements of the Earth, they're expecting to hear from us a measurement of an area with limitations, like ice walls and stuff like that, domes, because the mindset that they have is a limited area, finite. This is the size of our world. It doesn't happen like that. But in any circumstance, in any thing that we operate with the Earth, you always have to measure it flat.
Right, we
Yeah,
covered this
once
a
you
couple of
measure
days
it
ago.
flat for a certain distance, it's flat.
So we covered
Yeah,
Schopenhauer a few shows ago. First, it's ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as being self-evident. This is the case with Flat Earth, and for 10 years I've been trying to fathom out what it would be that would allow the public to go, I always knew it was flat. Now that won't be true, and we damn well know that, having slogged our guts out for 10 years in this subject matter. But the public needs an ability to say, I always knew it was flat. That is to say, they accept it as being self-evident. So what is it that would give a general public the ability to say, I always knew it was flat? Well, that's the measurements. So where it's been mocked, ridiculed, and then violently opposed, now the public has the ability to accept Flat Earth as being self-evident. Why? Well, because it is self-evident. That's how we measure Earth in all circumstances and without exception. So to give the general public the ability to say, I always knew it was flat anyway. I never really believed I was on a ball because I always knew the self-evident truth of how Earth was measured. Flat in all circumstances. Well, this is that thing. But the problem with that is that it takes away something from people who have a special secret that they can talk about, and how that the elites are withholding the truth of 9/11 or JFK or Mandela effect from them. And part of that truth that's been hidden by the hidden hand is the truth about Flat Earth. Let me tell you about the distance to the geometric horizon. It's supposed to be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height of a flat Earth in feet. But actually, we see too far. If I bring out my super zoom camera or my telescope, I can see beyond the geometric limitations laid down in this calculator. Num 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 num. Sniffing my own farts. That's what I say is the problem for flatties now being relabeled anti-globers. But if you want the general public to understand and appreciate how Earth is measured flat, then you've got to give that up. You've got to understand that for people to accept it, they must be capable of declaring that they already knew, that it was self-evident to them the whole time. Now, if the general public can turn around and go, yeah, I always knew, it undermines you being special as a flat earther, because you know something they don't if they're on a ball, don't you? But if they already knew and it's self-evident to them, that is to say, I always knew it was measured flat, then you give up how special you feel for being in the minority as a flat earther. But what do you want? You can't have it both ways. You can't simultaneously tell yourself you're special, sniff your own farts, and then have the world at large recognise it as being self-evident. You can't have it both ways. Now, the reality is, you can't hide the truth forever behind a religion of heliocentrism. That's a facade. It's a Formica deep mask that will eventually be lifted as a veil always will be lifted. This veil can only be lifted if the public can accept it as being self-evident to them. Because what do we really fight against? People feeling ignorant. If you explain flat Earth to somebody who is on the ball and appreciates that they're flying around the sun, and you come along and take that away from them, there is a moment where they feel stupid. Now, nobody likes that. But if you give them the ability to say, I already knew that it was measured flat, then they won't feel stupid. They'll feel like they already knew. What does happen as a consequence is you don't get to feel special. You don't get to feel like the intellectual superior person that you got to feel when you were enlightening people, like a guru. Well, tough luck. You can't have it both ways. If you want the public to know, they need to be able to recognise it and say, I already knew anyway.
Well, we got to keep playing those videos of normal people measuring Earth flat.
Yep, I completely agree. That's what I want to do.
It's
And people have been starting to...
Right, I'd like to get in there. I'd like to get in there when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just one thing. Sorry, Jim, go on. Sorry.
Sorry about that one, Deck. Thank you very much. Au contraire. The idea that you want the public to say, I always knew it was flat. I'm never going to wear that myself personally, because nobody actually knows the Earth is a globe, number one, right? That's the first thing. They're carrying a belief. No one knows it's a globe, one, because it doesn't exist. Two, no one's going out there to measure curvature. So the idea that you can now give them a get out of jail card kind of thing to say, oh, I always knew it was flat, that would be, I know they'd lie straight away. We've just spent 10 years trying to get it to them. So no, I'm not going to give them that opportunity to say they always knew it was flat. No, what it was that your body, your brain uploaded flatness everywhere. You didn't connect to it. So you can't claim that you knew. No, you cannot claim that. You can claim that you believed the Earth was a globe. That's it. You cannot claim that I always knew. That would be a lie.
I know it will.
That's funny, Jin. Hold on. I said the same thing.
Yes, I agree. First of all, Jin, yes, you and I know. In the same way it happens on a smaller scale when people come in and pretend that they've been flat earthers for 20 years. Oh, yeah, I've been a flat earther for 20 years. You're like, before this resurgence? Okay, well, 20 years ago, when did you find out and how did you find out? And they'll give you a bullshit story. They won't justify their declarations that they knew before you did, because they didn't. They're just lying. But in the case of the general public, that's what is required. They will require that get out of jail free, regardless of how it's a lie or not. People need to be able to tell themselves that they're not stupid and ignorant and that they always knew anyway. Well, with measurements, they can do that. They can say, well, I always knew that, you've only got to look at the scale on a map to know that it's flat, that miles are flat. That's how they work. I always knew that. So I'm not stupid. I'm not ignorant. I wasn't one of those dumbasses that thought I was flying around the sun on a ball. I always knew it was flat.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the same thing. Hold on.
Hang on a minute, Neil. Sorry, Neil, because I just
Wait, let me just back you up, Jin. 1 second. I said the same thing Jin said. When they were first penetrating into me, I said, you guys are giving them a get out of jail free card. I don't like it.
Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the guy, hang on, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the guy who's measuring the Earth flat, or the woman for that matter, going out there measuring the Earth flat, cannot say that I always knew, because they are thinking they live on a globe. So they can't say they know that the Earth was flat. They can make a claim that my measurements were flat and I'm measuring flat, but I didn't realize I was on a flat Earth. That's the actuality of the deception.
Yes.
And the indoctrination.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
But they can get away with saying the opposite, can't they? So when you say, well, I knew I was measuring Earth flat, I just didn't appreciate Earth was flat. Well, that seems almost redundant, which is why this is so beautiful. Because you don't need to disclaim it, do you? Oh, well, I always knew it was being measured flat because I was measuring it flat. Doesn't need to say, but I actually thought I was on a ball. Now, when you get cognitive dissonance, like the guy that we first covered, the guy using the trig points, right? He responded going, Nathan doesn't understand. That was his response. Because, as a few people identified, he does want to retain his ball belief, his religion. And as much as I got frustrated with you when you inserted it on the last guy, Jin, it is true, as much as it irritates me that you're highlighting it unnecessarily. It's still a fact, and you are correct. When you're like, yeah, but he does believe he's on a ball. Everyone does. Yeah, they do. But then they have to make apologies for that when they've measured Earth flat. Yes, I've just measured Earth flat, but you just don't understand how ball-shaped it really is a cognitively dissonant explanation for their ball belief that is incongruent with how they've just measured the surface. When it's the case that people want to adhere to the reality that they've just measured, no disclaimers needed. They just say, yeah, I always measured Earth flat. You don't need to add, but I believed I was on a ball, or now I know it is flat and always did. You just say, yeah, I measured Earth flat. I always have done. Because they have.
Yeah,
exactly my words. I wanted to say exactly that, because that is how we experience it. That is how we all experience, Everyone has taken a flight, a level flight. Everyone has some type of knowledge of the measurements. We talk about this almost every day, the measurements of Earth. And people in general will have a first-hand experience with one of the examples we give, like navigation, flight measurements, trigonometry, whatever the examples are that we give here, people identify with that, and that is the experience that people have in firsthand. No one ever experiences a sphere.
Thank you very much, George. That's exactly my point. And ladies and gentlemen, the part about feeling stupid, sometimes you have to feel stupid to know you've made a mistake. And I'm the first flat earther, first to be telling you this. You know, when I say the first, I'm the first person to always put his hand up when I'm talking to the Globers, that I felt stupid when I realized the mistake I made. Because that's how you learn. You've got to know that you made an error. That's part of being on. Hang on, please. That's part of being honest. Honesty to yourself. So when you know you've made a mistake, you put your hand up. Yes, I felt stupid. Of course I did. I always say that. Thank you.
Okay, let's just
He
commend
was just putting
Jin,
his hand
right?
up.
Hold on a second. I commend you, Jin, right? I can do the same. So I can relate. I can be empathetic to your cause, which is to say you have the humility to admit where you're wrong. I do too. As do many of the people who I surround myself with. I like the fact that there's plenty of people who are humble enough to have the humility to admit where they are wrong. Most of the general public aren't that person. They don't have that level of introspection, and they absolutely do not want that feeling of being wrong. They don't want that introspection. They want the ability to be right. That's what they really want, Jin. So you've got to understand that.
I do understand that. That's why I always put that down as a disclaimer. When the questions I'm about to ask you, I didn't know the answer. I've forgotten some of the answers, and I didn't know the answer to some of them. And it's not an I got you moment here. I'm not clobbering you. I'm not trying to put myself up as better than you. I'm trying to get you to understand you're not on a roast chicken. That's it.
Can I get in there real quick?
All right.
D-Rose works all the time, and he can't get a chance to get in here. It's Thanksgiving. He's off. Can we give him the floor, please?
Go ahead, D.
I appreciate that, Neil. I just wanted to make it be clear that we're speaking about the general population, because we have to be honest. There are people that know and lie because of whatever oath, whatever agreement, great meeting, whatever it is. There are people that do know, okay? Because there are people that have the instruments, the resources, know the theoretical and the philosophical way to use those instruments, which measures Earth flat. They have it in their documents. That's the military. That's even NASA. That's even pilots who have one side that says, all I see is flat. They have the instruments that tell them that it's flat. There are people that do know and they lie. Then there are the people who believe, who is the general public. Then there are people like I can say myself, for myself, that I didn't know. But I didn't believe either way. It's just all I knew was I was hearing and being told it was one way. But I didn't know. And that's the problem with too many people. They want to be smart, like Nathan said. They want to be inclusive in the intellectual level of, oh, yeah, I knew that. Everybody knows that. Anybody would tell you that. That's the whole ego in mankind. They want to be the ones to know. They want to be the ones that's not left out, the outcast. So they're going to ride with the greater majority conjecture. So they jump on board. What? You think it's flat? Only a caveman would. Everybody knows it's round. But if man would just be humble and either say they don't know, or would the liars stop lying and say it is flat because we measure it flat, because the instrument flat, we wouldn't even be having this conversation and everything like that. So it's a bunch of egos that's doing this, whether it be whatever, even dealing with 9/11, whatever, the same thing, whatever it is. But in this issue here, there are people that know. Everybody does not. Yeah. So to say everybody believes and nobody knows, that's not true. There are people that definitely know.
Couple of quick shout
Oh,
outs.
I'm referring to the general public. Sorry to cut you off there, but you're correct, sir. And I respect for you for what you said there. Just one thing, and I'll shut my mouth. And it's just, ladies and gentlemen, the flat earthers that I hang around with, like, for example, Berserker, Linus from the Jenna server, they always talk about the measurements and how Earth is measured flat, without a doubt. And especially on this server as well. We always talk about the measurements, okay? Always. We can't help but talk about the measurements. There we are. I'll shut up now.
I was just going to say in reaction to
But just before
original,
you do,
they mentioned about the
shout out a couple of
pilots
super
and their
chats before you do.
instruments showing, horizontal horizons and treating the Earth as flat. The thing is, they're missing it, and it's the same as we missed it. We've had this example many times with the Eratosthenes when we was being told that was globe proof about measuring angles over distances across the surface of Earth. That was the globe proof. We missed it. So you got your pilots following horizontal, pitched up above sea level. They know what they're doing, but they're just not twigging. It's just not, the two things aren't tying together for some reason. Now, secondly, I think it might be starting to happen with some of the anti-flat earthers. Simon Dan measured elevation angles with 1,000 participants to, measuring Earth flat. So he knows Earth flat because that's how he's measured it. Triangles was demonstrated a few weeks ago, talking about elevation profiles, the horizontal 0 degree baseline with heights above and below. And he is, as Nathan has just pointed out with another example, his excuse was, well, we have to show it like this horizontally because it's a bit complicated doing it on a sphere. So they know it's horizontal, they know it's flat because that's the example they're showing and giving you. And they're telling you that we're just doing it like this because it's complicated otherwise. So people are, you know what I mean? So there you go.
Right, just a couple of quick shout outs before we do anything else. So shout out to Goldie, who's just given me money. Thank you very much indeed, Goldie. 862 for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. And Kiltmon Kicks also says, reporting for duty, Captain Oakley and Sergeant Divergent Droid. Thank you very much, both of you, for the super chats. Really appreciate the support.
Real quick, back to the deck. I know what you're saying. Those are for the pilots that insist on saying it's a globe. I'm talking about there are pilots that know. There are people in that field, nautically and aerial, that know and are either summoned to some type of oath or whatever, but they do know. They know. That's all to it. They know. There is not a person on this earth that can say they don't know. That's like saying there's nobody that knew what happened with JFK and all these other things that people have been arguing about conspiracy. Somebody knows. They just held the oath to keep it silent or they lie about it.
I disagree with you.
Just to get in there quickly, one last statement. Sorry
it's
about that.
stationary.
Just let George go first. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, go ahead, George.
I'm just saying, I disagree with that statement, D-Rose, because you cannot be a pilot without knowing that the Earth is flat and stationary. It's in the manuals before even you sit on the cockpit, yeah? To treat the Earth flat and stationary. Any pilot will know that.
Yeah.
So you're agreeing with me. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. They know.
Okay. My statement was earlier on, just to clarify and to make sure no one misunderstands me. I said that no human being knows the Earth is a globe. No human being can make that claim. Thank you.
That is accurate. That is
because
very accurate.
all observations from cradle to grave have been on a flat surface.
Yeah, the measurements are all flat. That's how it's measured. But another shout out to Iron26. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Let's just see if I can bring it up. It says, I can still buy a mention in the book, quote, too soon. Somebody else asked me about that a couple of weeks ago, actually, and I was like, I don't know. Once the book's done, I'll consider it. So there was a suggestion that I should put a whole list of people that wanted their names in the back of the book, just want their names there. I'm like, I mean, maybe I'll consider doing that for cash if I'm strapped. I don't know. I haven't really given it much thought. My main focus at the moment, Iron26, is just to get the book done. So maybe it is a bit too soon, but I appreciate your super chat. Thank you very much.
Wait, what do you mean? The book is going on? It's continuing? Jeez. I didn't know that.
Oh, what? Because my sacked editors said that there's nothing going on with it. No, there's nothing going on with it for them because they were fired. So they have no involvement, but the book continues to be produced with a new editor. just because you've been sacked and removed doesn't mean that the company you've been sacked from doesn't continue to go on as it was. That's ludicrous.
So if I volunteer to work somewhere, I still have to work under somebody, correct?
Yes, Neil.
There is an authority. So basically, even if I volunteer, if I do something wrong, the person in charge can say, listen, you're out of here. Correct?
Yeah.
I just wanted to clear that up.
Right, so what do we want to do for the rest of this Thursday? We'll be doing housekeeping predominantly tomorrow, but what do you want to do for the rest of today's show? We've got about 25 minutes left or 20 minutes left.
Do you have anything from the book that you could tease us with or not?
I'm still bidding on microphones. I'm about to bid on an ABBA mic. So I bought a switchless version of the ABBA mic, and now I'm buying an actual ABBA mic. Well, I'm bidding on it. I've got 17 seconds left on this auction. We'll see if I win it.
Well, we could continue to talk about the measurements.
No, I'm been outbid. Bastards. By £1. Such is life. I didn't.
One of the
win my
main
ABBA mic.
things about that about Thanksgiving is the Thanksgiving Day Parade, which goes down I think Broadway, stops at 34th Street at Macy's, and when Santa Claus comes driving by, that's the official start of the Christmas season.
I have a clause.
Uh-oh,
Morning.
Tent Man! How are you, Tent?
Good morning. Interesting conversation you're having. Let me add my 2 cents worth. So when I saw on the internet 40 pictures of Antarctica and it referenced Julian Assange, and in there said flat Earth, something sparked immediately in me. I looked at it. It was like a nanosecond. I turned to my wife and I said, I always knew this. Why is it hitting home now? So what we have to understand is every human being is a conscious human being as well as a subconscious human being. And so subconsciously, you know Earth is flat. It's measured flat. You do it all the time with different things, but it's not registering because you're in the world where they're showing you globes and rockets and planets. And so you're just part of that whole scene. But subconsciously, the truth is there. So when people may say, I always knew that, they mean subconsciously. It just clicked. It didn't take hardly a second to say, I always knew that. Now, did I go around prior to that and saying, hey, Earth is measured flat, let me show you how? No, you weren't. But because that's the cognitive dissonance just broke, because that's all you needed, and your subconscious has so much firepower, it just overrode your conscious, which is what was lied to all those years.
Yeah, Stanley Kubrick, in his last movie, which was released on the 30th anniversary of the moon landings, okay, a deliberate date there because of his previous film called The Shining, where he confesses that he took part in the moon landing hoax, okay? His title of the film is called, his last movie, 1999, it's called Eyes Wide Shut. Very important title there. He was trying to tell us all that we're all walking with our eyes closed, even though they're open. You understand? We're not taking in what we're seeing in plain sight. Eyes wide shut. That was me right up until the day I realized about flat Earth. That was me. Eyes wide shut.
Did he admit to that, though?
He confessed in The Shining. That was his confession vehicle.
Oh, okay, because there's been interviews with him and they've proven to be debunked that he was not in that interview and did not say that. If you're saying he did it in a way during the filming of The Shining, that's a different story.
Oh, yeah, it's in The Shining from start to finish, all peppered with Apollo references all the way through from beginning to the end. And it's meant to be a psychological horror movie from the book by Stephen King, okay, of this called The Shining, I think it was called, yeah. Stephen King book. There you go.
You want a little excerpt from what I wrote on Tuesday? I gave you some of this already, Neil, but I'll read it out if you would like, because it was some of the information specifically was acquired from 10th Man, and more recently from, I can't remember the name of the videographer, the Irish girl that we covered. I'll just read you a little excerpt. For centuries, new worlds were found in the area beyond the horizon and colonised. In the present day, the offing gets called Earth curve, and outer space is no longer the area where we found actual new land, but is now the sky, the one place no land can exist. Now, new worlds are not the uncharted territory beyond the horizon, open brackets, offing, but instead the lights in the sky we use to find our way. Only the flat ground using flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements of those lights. Now the lights are the new worlds. Too far to travel to based on maths that measure Earth flat. ...
That's outstanding. I love it. Bravo, bravo.
That's in a little chunk about Stephen Chess. So the title, my wife was like, why don't you write about Stephen Chess? And I'm like, okay. So that was what I had in mind. And Stephen Chess links back to Eddie Bravo, because Stephen Chess called into InfoWars to tell Alex Jones how much he liked his products, and then tell him that Earth's flat. And he got, prank caller! Earth's not flat, ladies and gentlemen. So it linked quite nicely to talk about Stephen Chess calling into InfoWars, to link back to David Weiss fighting over a globe with Eddie Bravo, who gave me a shout out. So you can obviously see how I could link that all into a chapter without, I'm slightly paraphrasing the beginning of that particular section that I've recently wrote. But yes, there we go.
Well, I would say that was a good move with Stephen Chess.
Very good. I've always felt he was just
Here
a
we
pawn
go.
in an ever expanding game.
Oh boy. But there is a king in that game, right?
Unless you want to pawn it off to someone else.
This is all a bit of a rookie move.
Well, just because we're on the board, it doesn't mean you can stop talking.
But we've all had a checkered history. Let's just move on.
Oh boy, here we go. Back to old times again.
Things aren't just all black and white, Neil.
You know, I used to get frustrated with this because I'm about to say something and somebody else jumps in and gets it.
Yeah, but you could say you had it 2 weeks ago.
Checkmate.
So the zenith, you were talking about the zenith the other day. What does that relate to?
Whatever's above your head.
Oh, lovely answer. Celestial sphere. That which is above the observer is a 90-degree position, which is a right angle. So you need that adjacent to say it's a 90 over your head. So it's incomplete to just draw a straight line from any star down through a body of a person in an illustration without showing perpendicular.
Yeah.
That's why they take you to the middle of a surplus globe that's not needed and put you on the equatorial plane and have no problem showing you there with the 90 and the horizontal line that has to cover and share the same baseline as the GP of the star and the observer. But on the surface, with that part of a semicircle under a tangent plane, they want to say it's different, but it's not.
Hey, Tim. And I love when you always broke that down and it's full circle today. And I want to talk about full circle again. It's not a coincidence to me. I don't know if somebody mentioned this before, but there was a time not so long ago where 10th Man was missing in action for whatever reason, his personal thing. And we were occupied. I like to use the word occupied by people whom we know are now excluded, on their own cognizance, and even they're not invited back. However, it's so adequate and it's so appropriate, and it's not a coincidence the 10th man is back. And 10th man being back with having the knowledge and sharing the knowledge from the beginning to the ending all the time, whether we caught it or not. Like I said before when I had spoke recently about this measurement issue, he's been saying it for the longest. So I'll say that again, the Titanic is not sinking. I don't know where you get that from, but it's even stronger than ever, okay? It is impregnable. The fortitude is like crazy. And this whole thing that's coming together right now is even better than ever. That's all I got to say. And welcome back, 10th. It's almost like back when I was on here before, hearing the voice of one of the guys that meant a lot to this whole channel and to this whole cause. And I'm appreciative. I'm pretty sure everybody else is. And, let's just keep moving.
I don't want to hear the Titanic. I want to hear Noah's Ark. That's what we're on, baby.
Oh, there you go. When Brian said that we were the Titanic sinking, that really rubbed me the wrong way, because it's almost like a personal insult to everybody that interacts in here every day.
It is. He insulted everyone on the panel. Said, yous ain't good enough to run the ship the way we would run the ship. They thought they took over the ship.
May I say something? I really have never left. I just had to take some time off. When your bride of 40 plus years passes due to cancer and you have other family issues, you take time off. It's simple. But guess what? Measurements have no egos. No matter what anybody says, measurements have no egos. And this is a show about measurements. How can measurements sink?
They can't. But there was a resistance to it, 10th man.
Well, I'm not worried about the human drama. Let people do what people do. I mean, I can't help that.
Right. We're just going to talk about the measurements because it demonstrates and proves that Earth is flat, and it always has been. That's how God created it.
Yeah, that's why our subconscious immediately is that part of us that says, I always knew this.
Yeah, but that didn't see. I get a little jealous when I hear that, because when my brother told me, I went the opposite way. I berated him for weeks.
No, I know,
So
but Neil, let me ask you something. The minute you did have the proof, it kicked in. It's just for some people, it kicked in right away because wherever they were in life, it happened to them that way. But it's always been there because you've been living on Earth for so many years. And you've got all your senses, your tactile, your feel, everything, your balance. Everything's telling you something. And then all of a sudden you hear this opposite view, and then that all kicks in like in a nanosecond because the subconscious is very fast. Except I always knew that. That makes so much sense. Wow, this is so logical all of a sudden. And I used to be an enemy of it before. And that's what's happening. It's not like they knew consciously. No, they were fighting it all those years. They were ballers. I would go see space movies and say, oh, it'd be interesting to go on a spaceship. I was in that world in that sense, but my subconscious always knew.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So when it did kick in for me, I was like, oh, yeah, it all came back to me when I couldn't find any proof of a globe. I was told climb a tree and stuff like that. Then I realized when I was in school and the teacher put the water in the bucket and swung it around and the water didn't come out, and that's how Earth has water stuck to it. And I said, wait a second, but that's inside the bucket. And I was told to get to the back of the class. Yeah. Then that did all start clicking. I got it.
Right. So you know my story. I was in school too, and my teacher was talking about evolution and all this other stuff. And I said, there's no proof for evolution. We didn't come from monkeys. And I just kept drilling him and drilling. Finally, he says, I don't even believe it. I just got to teach it. So shut up. Okay, so that stuck with me. Oh, okay. So if my education is going to tell me lies, okay, so that was there in my subconscious. So when I saw all this stuff about flat Earth, it was instantaneous. But I didn't read any navigation books prior. I wasn't even interested in the subject. But how come it just kicked in so quick to where I say, I always knew this to my wife? And she goes, what'd you know? I go, the Earth is flat.
What did she say?
She goes, really? Are you nuts? And I go, no, let me show you. And then it just like, boom. I can't explain it other than it was just a time capsule ready to pop.
Well, Ted, back to what you was talking, and I said this before, speaking to my buddies I hadn't seen in 10 years, probably 10, 12 years, and we were catching up, and we started speaking on this topic, and my buddy Tony, who was the most argumentative while Bobby listened, he said, what are you talking about? There's spherical navigation, there's spherical angles. He was talking about the same thing you said. I said, so how would you measure 3,000 miles of travel, say from Japan to New York or whatever? How would you apply an angle to that? And I grabbed a basketball and I said, now, show me where the angle is. He said it would go from here to here. His finger went literally across the middle or the top half of the basketball. I said, so you're literally putting the angle through the ball? Is that the surface? He said, well, no, that's how you got to. I said, no. Is that an angle? He said, yeah. I said, why are you traveling it through? Why don't you apply it on top of the surface? He said, well, you. And then he looked at Bobby, and Bobby looked at him, and they was like, oh, snap. They had that moment right there. They realized what they were saying. What Tony was saying was so ridiculous and stupid, but he said that's the way he heard it was taught. And I think that's when they had their awakening. And he called me back 2 days later. He said, man, I'm still thinking about what we were talking about the other night. And I'm thinking he's talking about whatever the other stuff we talked about. He said, and he brought it up. He said, when you were talking about that flat earth, and I think Tony is now understanding. So everybody has that subliminal, subconscious, already inherent knowledge of it, and they just have to see it for themselves and let their own words. But some people don't want to face that neither. Let's be honest. A lot of them are either liars or their cognitive dissonance is so bad they still don't want to face it.
Well, we know that. We know that because famous astronomers for 40 years who written books on everything that is a mathematical model, all of a sudden see it's a pure measurement, and they can't just throw away 40 years of astronomy and the schools they taught and everything else. So they brace against it with pride and fight. But measurements have no egos.
You hit it right in the head there, 10th man. A lot of money involved, a lot of education. They can't give that up. That's what Danny Faulkner's stuck in that position. He'll gladly say that God stopped the earth from turning rather than looking at it for what it is, the scripture that is, where Joshua bid the sun to stay still in the sky for Israel to get a victory. He'll turn around and say, no, God actually stopped the earth from turning.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So they'll reinterpret God's holy word to match their paradigm, which is mathematical.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, in my case, ladies and gentlemen, the realization of flat Earth came in nanoseconds. I started to watch this video. I got 5 minutes into it, and everything that was presented to me in the 5 minutes made sense. I'd lived and experienced it, and that's when I realized. And in your brain, my brain went into a quick rewind in the nanosecond sense, looking for the curvature, and it was not there. And that's when I realized I was in error. And then instant embarrassment. That's what it was for me. Error and embarrassment that I'd missed all those clues. Unbelievable. But that's what it was for me. Thank you.
I wasn't so self-conscious like that. It was instant joy. It was like, oh my gosh, I feel like a bunch of clouds and walls have just disappeared. I want to go talk about this now. Yep. I wasn't angry. I was happy. I was relieved.
Same here. I went and woke up my wife like a giggly schoolgirl and told her it was fine.
I did. Yeah, for me it was embarrassment, anger at myself, of course, and then the happiness came, and then I did 8 hours of video watching, 8 hours, and then I went upstairs to tell the family, cross-referencing, because I'd been ignoring flat Earth for about a year, thinking how stupid it was, and I didn't look at any of the content, and it interrupted my research into the moon landing hoax, you see, and I thought, that was stupid. Who thinks the Earth is flat? What idiots putting this stuff up? Ridiculous.
Wait, so you just got it through the internet? Me, my brother just told me one day, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" Because he said, "What? You still think you live on a globe?" I was like, "What do you mean? Well, what do you think we live on?" He's like, "Neil, Earth is flat." And I hit him with everything. I'm like, "But you're taking the glory away from God. Look at the universes that God created." He said, "No, you got God far away. God's personally close. He's right above us." And he hit me with a lot of feast and nonsense, but it made me look into it to the point where I went out to prove that there was a globe, and I couldn't find any proof, and I was shocked. I was like, but I learned it in school. I thought everything they taught me in school was legit. I mean, they did teach me mathematics. They did teach me how to read. So why did they deceive me when it came to the nature of where we live?
Hey Neil, I don't want to insult you at all, but and I'm pretty sure you're not the only one that went that path. You know who else went that path and tells that in his testimony, but didn't come full circle like you with the truth? Dave Weiss. He was a globe believer, and he went out there trying to disprove the flat Earth. And as he kept on going and going and going, even though he was eating a bunch of feast of nonsense buffets, that's his testimony, and that's nothing to be ashamed of, because that's
but he went to disprove flat Earth. I went to prove the globe. I guess it's the same thing.
No. He went to disprove He went to disprove. Yeah, he went to disprove the flat Earth, like you just said. You went to try to prove that the flat Earth didn't exist and try to prove the globe. He tried to prove the globe going up against the flat Earth assertion, and as he did that, he discovered he couldn't find any proof that the Earth was a globe, and then he was converted. So there's nothing wrong with that, except
I started looking into it from then.
He's still playing.
Hang on. I thought the last thing he said was it could really be a big globe.
Yeah,
he did.
Well, then he wasn't converted.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I redact that. Now, my feeling was vindication for my father. My father died in 2015. I didn't even know anything about you guys or this thing on the internet, but my father had already instilled in me. He didn't talk about measurements, but he did always denounce NASA and the moon landing, that it was fake. They're lying to us. He always instilled to me about Joshua stopping the sun. He always instilled in me about fixing immovable. So I always had that in me as a child. You know, they say you put in a child and they'll grow up to know better, whatever the term is. So especially now with the measurements right now, but the first time that I found out there was a community, a wise community, whether it was Feast of Nonsense or whether it was, Nathan's, or whether it was 10th, or whether it was Eric DeBay, or whether it was, the other guys out there that was on this journey, David Murphy, all of them guys. I felt vindicated. I felt the joy that 10th man felt. I felt like, I knew it. I had a feeling they were lying. So that's how I felt about it.
Well, I think I discovered Mark Sargent first. That I watched that whole thing and I was like, whoa.
Yeah, let up close.
Yeah, props to Mark. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, in my position was I didn't try to debunk the globe. Debunk it because the flat Earth, because my experience up to the age of 53 had taught me that the Earth is indeed flat. I didn't want to debunk it. What I wanted to do is go and confirm it. That's what I went to do in the end, because my experiences had taught me that we're living on a flat Earth. I've never seen the curvature, never noticed it rotating at all. So let me go and confirm this. That's all.
So you confirm that it's the same thing. If you're trying to confirm it's flat or trying to debunk a globe. See, I was trying to find proof that I lived on what I was taught in school. Where is this proof that, because I thought I was going to get hit with proof everywhere. And the best I could find was climb up a tree. I was like, wait a second here. This is a problem.
Actually, that's a branch of science.
Terrible. With that, I'm going to say, if you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
That's funny. But the roots go deep.
Yeah, but don't read the full paper. Get the truncated version.
You can never outpun the pun king.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so it's a lot of people will have their subconscious and all the truth of all their sensory system all those years all of a sudden kick in the minute the right video or the right words are said at just that moment where the lie is met with all the sensory data all those years you lived, and they say, gosh darn it, I always knew it.
Yeah, that's the awakening, right?
Yeah.
And then because for years I used to use heliocentrism to glorify God.
Well, that's because the church adopted that because they went to pseudoscience and said, well, look, we can't fight the scientific community because then our faith looks silly. So why don't we just jump on ship and say, yeah, God made it that way, when actually God never made it that way. And that whole ship they jumped on is a mathematical equation. The globe does exist in math only.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, when you got
That's it. So that's why they'll parade an astronaut who says he's a Christian on the church stage, and he'll give a story of being in outer space. But no, there is no outer space. You might have been high up on something that's in the air, but it wasn't outer space. So they'll say, well, why would are you saying the Christian astronaut lied? Because see, this is the situation they find themselves. That denominations teaching the heliocentric model is God's creation, and then all of a sudden here's a so-called Christian astronaut attesting to actually having done some things in that model, which is mathematical. And then now they meet you, in my case, me, and I've lost friendships over this, not because I wanted to break the friendships, but because they could not overcome my arguments and the measurements that I provided and beat them at every encounter where they tried to say, have my best interest and try to correct my wrong. I said, fine, show me where I'm wrong and I'll change. But let me show you why it's a mathematical model. It's not real. And they just can't overcome it. It's too much. Just like what Nathan said earlier on the show, all of a sudden you know more information than them and their whole world is crashing down and their pride doesn't like it. So it's better to cut off the relationship because they're just not going to win.
Yeah, and that happened in Times Square Church too. An astronaut came on and he was one of the last ones to orbit the Earth or something. And there was people in the church that said, I don't care what that guy said. Ain't nobody gone there. And I refuse to believe that. But you have people that'll say, but this guy's a Christian. Why would he lie?
Because Christians lie.
Correct.
I mean, what is the definition of a Christian? A sinner who got saved, who has to battle his flesh, which is rotten to the core. I have to fight about exaggerating things. That's, I've got to do my research and then tell it without exaggeration, because then that becomes a lie.
Right.
And so I'm always fighting lust of the eyes, greed, envy. How come that guy's got more? I'm always fighting those feelings that my flesh has because I'm a new creature in Christ and I recognize it and I want to fight it. But it doesn't make me perfect, just forgiven. I'll be perfect when I get to heaven.
Right. So then they put that on as a false narrative, like, why would a Christian can't lie? Why would this guy, if it wasn't what they say it is, then he would say it. But he's gone up there and he saw the Earth as a globe. Well, no, he didn't.
There isn't one person in the Bible from Genesis to Revelation that's still living on earth who hasn't sinned or will keep sinning. And then when they are renewed by God and born again, given life in the Spirit, they obviously repent and they sin a whole bunch less, but they're still sinners until they get their new body. But in heaven's court, there is no judgment against them because Christ took the punishment for them, the substitution of a holy life for an unholy life. That's Christianity. It's not pride or I'm better than you. I was you. I am you. I am a sinner who got saved. Don't you want to be saved? Don't you want to be forgiven? Come to Christ. That's my message. All of a sudden, oh, you think you're holier than thou? I go, no, he's holy. Don't you want to be holy though through him? I mean, it's like they always think we're thinking we're better than them when we are them. It's pride again.
Yeah, pride is a killer. Then a letter is I. Like pride, the center letter is I, and the center letter in sin is I. Pride and sin, hand in hand.
The I in me must die so that I could have the I am.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, pride's the problem, no matter what the issue is, flat earth or something at work or some family issue. It's always pride. No one just wants to sit down and say, okay, we're both humans. We both could be wrong. Let's talk this out. Let's see where this thing sorts out calmly. Very few people do that.
Especially in an Italian family. That's really hard.
Why do you think they say on holidays, don't talk about politics or religion?
Exactly.
Now you might as well add a third category, earth measurements.
Yeah. That let me tell you something. My grandmother stood by that. And she used to say, no talking about politics or religion when you're in my home. Because it only turned into fights. So yeah, let's add flat earth into that because that supersedes it all.
No, just say measurements. And they'll say, why can't we talk about measurements? Well, because it proves a flat earth. Oh, we can't talk about that. No.
That's exactly what happens. But you know what? The measurements are what opened my son's eyes. Even though he's still fighting it, that he can't fight. The only thing he goes back to is, well, it's got to be a globe because there's 2 points in the sky. I was like, okay, whatever. But you just seen my demonstration of how Earth is measured flat, correct?
Well, yeah. You need those 2 points in the sky so that you can show your perpendicular relationship to them, which means the Earth is flat.
Yes.
So it's right there. I mean,
yeah, he'll come around. He's fighting his own things, his own. I get
when
him all the time.
When the sun is 90 degrees over your head, let's say, to someone else on Earth, it's at 30 degree angle above the horizon, a right angle, elevation angle. Well, how can it be 90 degrees over your head? And when the person's looking at it and it's not over their head yet, it's at a 30 degree angle. But then guess what? It comes over their head. Now it's 90 over their head. And now the person that had 90 over his head has an angle measurement to it that's different than the 90. You can only do that with a flat baseline and a right angle triangle.
No, I was just going to say, how's he getting all these angles? Oh, that's right. From a flat baseline. Must. That's a must.
That's the definition of AM and PM. Yeah, when the sun is right above your head, sun is right above your head, it will be 12 noon. Yeah, so before the 90 degrees will be AM. After the 90 degrees will be PM. Post-meridium, anti-meridium.
Is that first hand or second hand research you did?
Boom, boom.
That was nice.
It's just clockwork.
I'm trying to fit something in, but I can't, so I'll shut up.
Yeah, best you save face.
Happy Turkey Day.
What's up, Eli?
Eli.
What's up, y'all?
Happy Thanksgiving,
Hey,
Eli.
Hey, it's good to hear from you.
You too, buddy.
All right, so what do we do now?
Well, we have to say Earth is not a roast turkey because it's a chicken.
Yeah, you
was a
got to
big
change
roast
your
turkey.
lyrics for today, One Deck.
I missed the first half. Well, I missed the show, I guess.
Yeah, D Rose was here bright and early. I knew it too. I said it's Thanksgiving. D Rose will be here. He don't get to be on the show because he's got to work. I said he'll be here bright and early this morning. Sure enough, boop, there goes D Rose.
Mm-hmm.
So are you gearing up for Black Friday then tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
You got anything planned that you want to be buying? Black Friday?
Well, Black Friday's been going on for almost a week now, I guess. Now that, that's
Hold
how
on
they
a
do it
second.
from the internet.
How is Black Friday been going on for a week if tomorrow's Friday?
That's just how
Because
it goes in
the-
retail. It starts off as
because
a day of having sales, and they go, you know what, we could do this for a whole weekend. And then a year
Yeah,
later,
exactly.
you know what, we could do this for the whole week. And then a year later, we could have this for the whole month.
Right, and don't forget Cyber
You're
Monday.
having a very dark conversation.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah. And they've been doing that since like 2012. That's when I discovered that they were doing this all week. It's been Black Friday because I was in Hawaii at the time. And I went to the Walmart to get my son this Spider-Man rucksack that he wanted. Pestering me all week for it, but we got it at Black Friday.
I speculate that it's a time to get people to buy subpar items they normally wouldn't buy.
Yeah, I was holidaying in Hawaii at the time, and my son wanted the Batman's prison, where you got Penguin, Bane, and the Joker and the Riddler all caged up. He wanted that and the Spider-Man rucksack. And when we were looking at it during the week before Thanksgiving and Black Friday, he was crying in the shop, lying all over the floor, making the most noise. I said, you know what? I'm going to be outside waiting. When you finish all this, I'll be outside waiting. Okay, bye.
He left him there.
All this. You finished all this.
Yeah. Hey, if you want a better deal than Black Friday, just go to Garage Day Saturday.
What's that?
What's that?
That's when they buy the thing on Black Friday, and about 4 weeks later, they have a garage sale, and it's half the price.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like that one.
Well, they put because my wife works in Sam's Club. It's like I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but it's like we buy bulk stuff, big stuff, sort of like Costco's or BJ's, and they had 75-inch TVs for $125. My wife said they were freaking rolling out. People were coming in and just rolling out 4, 5, 6 TVs. You know what they're doing, right? They're taking them and they're selling them on the internet.
Yeah. I never got embroiled with my children. When they played up, I just let them play up. I said, I'm going to be outside here. I don't need to deal with this nonsense. When you're ready to come home, let me know, we're in the car. There you go. So I never got tangled up with any of that, ever.
I don't know. I must have had really good kids because I do not remember that. We were talking about it the other day. My son Jacob, we would just freaking put him in a high chair, give him his food, and he would be like calm, cool, and collected, even when he played with his toys. And it's funny because he's the same way now. Resist flat earth with everything, but very calm. I don't remember my kids throwing tantrums.
Oh, yeah. I used to say to my kid, I'm not mummy, So mummy would buy you. That is not like that. You're going to get your present. You're going to get it, but on Black Friday, where I can get it a little bit cheaper, Can you allow me that, please? 2 presents he wants.
Yeah, I'm actually going to order some fishing rods and reels for my grandchildren. So we went fishing, and they used mine, and they loved it so much. I said, "Okay, I know what to get you for Christmas."
So where do you go fishing?
Those kids have really got their hooks into you, eh?
Oh, I knew it.
I love it.
Yeah, but if Jem was here, they'd be tackled.
That's if they tug the line. Where do you go fishing over where you're at? Lakes?
Lakes and rivers. Yeah, you just pull over the side of the road and cast your line.
I never caught a fish in my entire life. I'm 60 years old, and I never threw a freaking line out and caught a fish.
Well, go to your local pet shop and buy a goldfish and meet me halfway.
That's the only thing I ever did was I caught fish in my tank.
So, Champ, you stick to the rivers and lakes that you're used to, huh?
Oh, I knew that was coming. Well done.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well,
he doesn't go playing in waterfalls.
Hang on. I did pass through Neil's territory about a month ago. Remember, Neil, when I called you?
Yeah.
And so it was like 2 a.m. I said, I think Neil lives around here somewhere. So then the next morning I said, hey, where do you live exactly? And he tells me, and I said, oh, I drove through there at 2 a.m. He said, oh, you should stop by. My wife would cook you something. I go, yeah, 2 a.m.
Yeah. We've done it before.
So anyway,
like that.
Yeah, so I went fishing in the Atlantic and also the Gulf of America.
Yeah, I've been fishing in the Pacific. That's where I've been fishing. Really nice. Okinawa.
I've only fished one time, and that was with my father. I don't know exactly where it was, but it was the one and only time that I ever went fishing. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, fishing is, even if you don't catch fish, that's not the point of fishing, unless you want to catch fish.
I want to catch fish, yeah. Rainbow trout, bass.
Yeah,
snapper, red snapper.
Yeah, but then you're the type that will do the research, go to the right spot, have the right lures and bait and all that, and you'll catch fish. Yeah.
I could get there and scroll TikTok all day while I wait.
Or there's other things to do instead of being on that phone.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I usually have music going on, and
they do it in the Azores. You can rent a boat with a crew. They'll take you to the open sea, and you'll go to swordfish. Once it's hooked, you take the controls and you reel it in.
Yeah, they do that in Japan here in Okinawa. Not only that, you catch your fish, and you bring it back because we were on holiday. So they take you to the restaurant and they cook that fish for you at the restaurant for you. And then whatever's left over, they buy it off of you. So you caught like sometimes we caught 30 fish, 30, five-member family, all of us fishing, 30 fish. So you eat about what, 10, right? And then the rest is you sell it to them. Yeah, brilliant, man. Good service.
Yeah, that's the way, unless you want to take it home and gut them yourself.
Yeah, that happens here in Japan. We can do that. But when you're on holiday in Okinawa, that's rather a long slap, isn't it, from where you live? So you're not going to get to take that.
You want to hear a story that's stuck in my head when someone told me they went down to Mexico and fished, and God, they caught a ton of fish, and they froze it after it was filleted and everything, right?
Right.
But so then they throw it in a cooler, and then they're flying back to California. But for whatever reason, it started to melt, and whatever fish liquids, whatever remaining blood or whatever started seeping through the upper carriage where you stored the cooler. It was the whole airplane.
Wow. Were they allowed to do that? Were they allowed to bring the fish onto the plane?
Well, this was a long time ago. This guy did it.
Right.
And I'm dying laughing. I'm saying, oh my gosh.
That story's a bit fishy to me.
Well, I knew he was going to say that. Look at that. That's a good one.
Well, the guy was an avid fisherman, so.
Yeah. Cool. Can you imagine the mess? They'd have to clean that up afterwards.
Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine it. I'm just laughing so hard. I can't do it now. I got a hernia, but
Can you imagine the plane would be stinking for a while, or they must have had some special spray that they'd have to put in there to freshen up that, the cabin.
I'm just imagining how bad that would be.
Oh,
Yeah.
fish has got to be the worst. When
Oh, it really is. It really
oh
is.
my gosh.
Especially old fish.
What's wrong with goldfish?
Old fish like you.
I am an old fish. I can tell you that much.
Well, you want to buy fish, always buy a whole fish and look into the eyes. If the eyes look clear and new, it's fresh. If it's dull and the fish is kind of closing his eyes, don't buy that fish.
Oh, is that how you tell?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I felt today's show was really good, though. I enjoyed today's show. Defending the old school way of doing things was enjoyable today, I'll have to say.
A very gin-heavy show, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was good.
Yeah, because nobody attacked gin.
Except tonic.
So is one deck still here? Or did he step away? Because one deck usually finds them videos of normies doing normie things and just measuring the earth flat. I was just wondering if he came across one.
Speaking of one deck, Nathan, play Ode to One Deck. Yeah, be playing that song more often.
Yeah. I enjoy the videos. I thoroughly enjoying the videos because that is the key to the truth right there. They're measuring the earth flat. And when they're actually describing it, they're not using words like curvature, radius, and none of that's been mentioned. Not that at all. It's all horizontal, level, flat.
They can't.
Yeah.
Not when they're dealing with measurements. They have to tell you what it is.
Right. There's the earth being utilized, measured, flat. There's your evidence, proof. An ordinary man on the street, the ordinary man just doing his job, basically, not concerned about the globe, of course, not concerned about the COVID or anything, just doing his job.
Well, the funny thing with that, Jen, is when I was working on a deck, right, I'm working with this military guy, and I started, I held up a square, and I was breaking down how we do measurements and stuff and how it's done on Earth. And he turned around and said to me, "Don't tell me you're one of them flat earthers." I said, I don't know what that means. All I'm telling you is that that's how we measure it. I mean,
I'm glad he said that, though.
You work with the same tools I work with. I mean, it's obvious. You need a flat baseline for any type of measurement.
Right. There you are. So you see, the fact that you've done that, yeah, brilliant. Well done, Neil. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying that's how you got to respond. Because if you take that offensively and start going back and forth, then that's when they're going to start throwing more ad hominems about, and I bet you believe this, and you probably believe that, and you probably believe this, and you just kept it simple. No, it's not about what I believe. It's not. I'm not wanting nothing. I'm just saying, don't you measure things? Don't you measure? I mean, have you built a house? I mean, what do you think? How do you think the homes in Malibu are built? I mean, homes in South America. How do you think?
He tried to label me, and I canned him.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, welcome in. How are you doing?
Who's that?
How's Temp?
Oh, Sensual.
Is 10th Man still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I just wanted to say, was it you that came up with the original idea that we go to the Globers and review their videos? I'm sure it was you about 3 years ago who said, well, the Globers aren't coming here, so we'll go to them.
Yeah, I think I brought that up to Nathan, and we started doing videos, reviews.
Yeah, I just want to say it was your idea, and we're still doing it 3 years later. So what a great idea it was.
Well, it's morphed because even back then we did normies and Globers, but now we're doing mostly normies, which is better.
Definitely.
Yeah, it keeps Nathan nice and calm.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what we want.
So when I started looking into celestial navigation, I saw the pictures you see here, and I'm saying, well, if we live on a globe, why are they measuring it with a 90-degree from the center? And so this is the journey that led to all the discoveries. Was everything they show is flat Earth orientation, but then mathematically they convert it to a globe. So when the last time, and this, I believe this was the last time, somebody said to me, "Don't tell me you're one of those. Don't tell me you're one of those flat earthers." And I said, "Well, actually, you are one too. You can't help it. Everyone's a flat earther." And the look I got from that guy's face, I said, "Look, the measurements are all flat. So whether you want to believe in the mathematical model, go right ahead. But the Earth is measured flat." And then I didn't get any response. I mean, we all are.
That's correct.
Unless you want to say you're an equatorial planar.
It's still flat.
Well, yeah, but he's got to get on the elevator and go down a few thousand miles.
Well, downwards with respect to a horizontal plane as well.
You can't get away from it, can you?
No, you can't get away from it.
And props sensual, because that's the attitude. When you try and deviate away from the flat plane that you're being told you measure always and without exception, and you go comedically, well, I can go down to the center of Earth as a sphere to the equatorial plane to make this perpendicularity 90 degrees work. It's coincidentally just appeared on screen. Well, you're going to be going down with respect to the plane of reference that gives you that orientation and direction, or vector. So no matter how you try and dice it, you're always describing your journey to the center of hell in this instance from a flat plane.
Yeah, it's quite poetic.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
Well, also add one more word. It's the fundamental plane of reference. Do you know what I mean by that?
You got to be a fundy to deny it?
No. All other measurements and references must match that one. So
it's the original.
The fundamental reference is subjective and not real. It's at the center of Earth. Okay? It's a protractor, basically. But basically, they do that semicircle to make you think you're in the center of Earth. And I love that when Nathan first said the globe is surplus it's just surplus. It doesn't belong there. So the whole point is, if in astronomy and measurements and everything else, the fundamental, the main reference is the equatorial plane, then all other ways of getting that same elevation angle must match that. So if we go to the bubble section, the bubble section at 30,000 feet uses a spirit level. Well, that's a 180. That's a straight line. And then you get your elevation of the stars and you got your angle. So that matches it. Okay, the eye line of the observer, the fictitious eye line creates that 90 degree. Well, that matches it. Oh, the sea surface, if I had my eyes on the ocean, I don't do dip correction, and that's the other parallel line that they use on that semicircle and say this is a tangent plane and meets at a tangent point. But that's a deception. Get rid of that circle underneath, and that matches it just as well. So all of them match the fundamental reference plane. There's no curve in sight.
Another word be used like foundational, sort of like.
Yeah, they all are. What's the word? Must bow down to that one. What's another word for that? Subservient to it. That's the main one. And you know why it's the main one?
Can I ask
It's the
Tam?
main one because it's done on the vernal equinox. And that's when they continue it into the celestial equator, all the way to the imaginary celestial sphere, which is your dome view of the sky from 0 to 90 to 180. So any star below that, you can never see. Any star above that, you see, and that's your 0 to 90 to 180. So, for example, when the sun's coming at you, we call it sunrise. When the sun is going away from you, sundown. It's just going away, but you can't see it anymore. In their world, it went on the bottom half of a sphere, which is not true. But the measurements don't ever reference the bottom half of the sphere. They reference an equatorial plane that continues on as a celestial equator, one enormous long linear line all the way to the imaginary celestial sphere. And there's your protractor.
Exactly.
And so since that serves as the fundamental reference plane, not the fundamental reference curve, then everything else must match that, no matter how you're doing it with you can put an artificial horizon, you could pour oil or all kinds of liquids and have it steady and have a reflection of the sun and get 90 degree that way if you're on land using an artificial horizon. Or you can use a bubble sextant, that's an artificial horizon. Or you could use the horizon at sea with a sea sextant. They all must match. So how could you say, as the ballers do, that it's curving away from you once you can't see, but in the airplane, the eye line, sensible horizon, as well as the equatorial plane, there's no curving away. So it can't be curving away on that tangent plane with the semicircle under it. It can't be because it's the only one that stands out against the other three.
Yep. And they all match everywhere and anywhere of one's GP on the Earth.
It's a shared.
Everywhere.
It's a shared It's a shared adjacent, a shared baseline that the GP and the observer must share, and it be as long as distance-wise, zenith distance of 5,400 nautical miles. That's 90 times 60. But if you're on the other side of the circle of equal altitude, that's another 5,400 nautical. So it's 10,800 nautical miles of flat, the full protractor.
The artificial horizon on an airplane, it's mainly used for night navigation when you cannot observe the physical horizon, the visible horizon, that is. It's the only function of it, mainly for nighttime, or when the horizon is not visible. When you have obstruction, you have the artificial horizon. But it's mainly for the night navigation.
They need to see a star.
Yeah, but if they can see the horizon will be always the reference point.
Yeah, but the problem with airplanes and seeing the horizon is cloud cover and all these things. So that's why they use the bubble sextant.
Can I ask, Tim, I understand why you explain why the equatorial plane is the fundamental reference plane, not point, sorry.
No,
that's
what they say. This isn't their books. This is what they used to later mathematically convert the Earth into a globe. They're saying the fundamental reference plane is the equatorial plane. I live on a flat plane. I don't have an equatorial plane.
I was going to say, surely sea level is that in reality, because that's what we're referencing. We don't reference equatorial.
Yeah, that's exactly what they've done. They've taken your position on Earth and moved it down to the equatorial plane. It's the use of a protractor, and the baseline has become the equatorial plane. But when you use it on Earth, the baseline is mean sea level.
Yeah, and the parallel.
Yeah, the equatorial plane is representative of the surface of Earth.
Yes. Just when they show you that picture, Nathan shows it all the time, right? on the images. You always see a semicircle with a right angle measurement. That's what you're living on. But they move it down there and give you the arc of the protractor and say you live on the top.
Yeah, the perspective curve of the sky becomes the perspective curve of the ground.
And it's also a circle of equal altitude.
Well, everything is. You had a video the other day with phone signals using circle of equal altitudes, cross-sectioning. That's where the person is with the repeater as the signals bounce off. Everything is a circle of equal altitude.
Yeah, but I mean
If you're
the
gonna-
equatorial plane of the set model, yeah, it's with Polaris in the center and the circle around Polaris as far as you can go, with Polaris visible or just touching the horizon, which is what we call the equator part.
Yeah,
But it's based exactly on that, on the surface of Earth being flat, a circle of equal altitude.
correct. It's a disk, a circle of equal altitude. Correct. And they always say, well, why do boats disappear bottom up first? I go, everything disappears bottom up first because you live on a flat deck. Why do you see the mast of a ship before you see the ship as it's coming to you from a great distance? Because everything is that way. Because you live on a deck. You see the mountaintop before you see the whole mountain as you're driving to it. They've hijacked perspective.
Tenth, the last time I heard you articulating how you put this to normal is you was at a cigar shop a number of years ago, and you had the owner of the shop, his brother, and a crowd. Do you still visit that shop?
Oh, I know. Yeah, that was in California.
I haven't heard that term in a while. Hijacked perspective being hijacked. That's something that we always say all the time.
Yeah, I think Nathan's got a good line for it.
By the same token, if you're just at the end of the mountain, yeah, just prepared to climb the mountain, you cannot see the mountain top.
Exactly. You're right next to it.
Yeah.
Or when you're looking at the horizon and apparently the clouds are touching the ocean. Well, you look up, you see the clouds above your head, maybe say 9,000 feet, for example. And you say, well, are those clouds on the ocean or are they 9,000 feet or some distance above that location? But because it's such a long view, perspective makes it look like it's touching. Everyone knows this, but the ballers and the powers to be use it to hijack it and fool us.
Hey guys, I'm going to disappear now. It's just coming up to 1:45 in the morning. Get some rest and then be fired up for later on today.
1 in the morning. Where the heck are you? It's only 9:43.
It's Japan here, man. That's already Friday.
We're gonna call you. We're gonna call you Houdini since you're gonna disappear.
Yeah.
It's always great having you, Jin.
Cheers, man. Appreciate that. Always great being with you guys. I shall be back again. Enjoy.
No doubt. Same to you.
Well, happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Same to you. What are you having today, Ten? Give me a little a little taste of what's going to happen at the
Same to you.
10th
Same to
man
you,
home.
brother.
Well, I cook, but someone's going to bring me turkey from a Thanksgiving meal that I'm not going to go to because of my hernia and everything. So, but I already cooked my meal for today, so it's not Thanksgiving dinner. But because I knew someone was going to bring me leftovers.
Enjoy your Thanksgiving. And I don't know if I ever got a chance to say this to you because I didn't really know, as I hadn't been around in a while. But my condolences to you, and I'm sorry, for your loss and everything. I knew it was something that was going on, but I didn't know the details of it, and I didn't want to, cry or, But
No, I thank you. No, I thank you, D. Rose. It's a very interesting thing for me because people mean the very best when they say condolences like you, and I appreciate it very much. It happened at the hospital right after she left her body and went to heaven. And because of my understanding of over 52 years of being a Christian and knowing that to be absent from the body, she's present with the Lord, and the suffering she went through for well over 300 days, I was at her side every minute. I was relieved. I was so happy that God took her, that when the chaplain, one of two that visited, came in, he said, my condolences and everything, and he handed me a little pamphlet. And this is like minutes after, and it said, coping with loss. And I looked at him and I said, this is incomplete. And he had the widest gaze, like he had made a big mistake at a very sensitive moment in life. And he says, what do you mean? And I said, I'm not coping with her loss. I have to cope with her gain. Because only the body died. Her gain is she's eternal with Christ in heaven. So it's like I'm coping with her gain. She's there before I'm there. We got all these grandkids, all these things, and now the plan of God is I'm supposed to stay back until my time comes. But when the Christian dies, it's only the body. It's not like, well, everybody dies, right? So it's not like something we could avoid. But what happens after you die? And that's where I was. I was with her glory, her new presence with God. So I'm walking down the hallway outside the hospital room on the phone with her mother, her father, her sisters, her brother, my side of the family, rejoicing, smiling. And the nurse who witnessed the whole thing is getting counseling from the chaplain because she's crying and she can't handle it.
Only a Christian can do that.
Only Christ can do that. And so it's like, now, do I miss her? Are you kidding? Do I cry? Yeah. I mean, that's the human side. We all do that. That's not a problem. That's because everyone's a human. But I know where she is. And I know God's got a plan through it all. I'm finding it out each day. And it's like, okay, I see why. And little pieces come together here and there. Not mad at anybody, not upset about anything. This is it. How am I going to deal with it?
Yeah, God's got a plan. He knows what's going on. And I will remember QE telling us about God's omnipotence. No, how do you say it when it's knowing the future?
Omniscience.
Omniscience. That's the one. And he was talking about it like a parade with load of instruments all playing. And at the back of the queue, one of them falls over. Now, inevitably, everyone in that line is going to eventually fall over like dominoes. And that is inevitably what's going to happen in the future. But knowing what's going to happen and seeing it how it's going to happen doesn't necessarily mean it's happened already. It just means that the inevitable is understood by God. When you think of circumstances that befall me personally currently, you go, well, how can I really hold it against Quantum Eraser and Adam Meakin when there is a plan by God already in place? And I'm not saying he's laughing at this, but he's already seen what's going to come. Now, while this is unfolding, specifically with reference to my book, I'm seeing that there's lots of information that was being excluded from the book. Now, that could be through incompetence, through Adam and John's own inability to keep hold of information. They can blame it on Skype, whatever. But the reality is that there was missing information. It's stuff that was going to be excluded, but for this happening. So you've got to think, well, how can I hold that against them? It's for the best. This is a blessing in disguise, as opposed to something that I should condemn them to hell for. So upon reflection, although frustrating and irritating in the moment, like with most things, you look back on it years later and go, no, I'm glad it happened the way it did. That was the way it was supposed to happen. It was the only way it could happen. And it was God's will that it was going to happen in that way. So be thankful regardless. So, as much as it pains me at this particular juncture, to this moment in time, to say, thank God that QE and Adam have done what they've done, that will be my attitude in a few years' time.
Yeah. Well said. 100% agree. In the future, you're going to look back and realize why it happened, the purpose for it, and how much better everything is. But going through the pain of it at the moment and not knowing it all until it unfolds, that's where everyone is at. And that's where they must trust God.
Yeah, because friends were lost. I mean, it hurts.
Sure. But in the same way, I said it on today's live show. I was like, well, I've been through, not in today's live show, in today's pre-show. I'm like, I've been through court cases. One of them was a copyright case. I've been through a defamation case. Been through a tribunal. Been through all sorts of different court cases. And won. But they were painful. Extremely painful. And at the time, I despaired because it was desperately stressful to do those things. Looking back on it now, when I'm laughing about cease and desist letters and wiping my arse with them, that's why. Because of those things happening to me. If I hadn't have been battle hardened by those events, I wouldn't be able to laugh it off now and just get on with writing the book. Going back through past recordings to say, oh right, this wasn't being written down. Why isn't anybody writing this down? I say that quite frequently to my wife. Is this being written down? Why isn't this being written down? Yeah, it's a blessing in disguise, is what I'm trying to say.
No, it is. I totally believe it is. I know it is. And moving forward, you know who's in the foxhole with you. You know who's got your back. And that's the most important thing, where you don't have to turn around because the person behind you doesn't have a knife.
Exactly.
Yeah, I didn't quite mean it in that context in terms of individuals. I'm just talking about the lasting effect of the book itself. There's stuff that's potentially could have been left out. And
No, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying that sometimes when the army that you're going to war with is diminished in size, it's not always a bad thing.
Okay.
Because you know whoever stuck around is going to be there until their life is spent.
100 warriors will beat 1,000 mercenaries.
Yes.
There you go.
Isn't there a writing, I don't know what book it is, about how the Most High had showed Joshua, one of the warriors, who were the ones that he should go and battle with, and something about the ones, the men that got on their bellies and drank like dogs were the ones
Gideon.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, you got too many people here. Take the ones that only do this. Because guess what? The battle is the Lord's, not the people.
My favorite one is when he opened up the eyes of Elijah's servant to see that there were more fighting for him than against.
Yeah.
Love that.
Or one angel who destroyed 186,000 of the enemy. One angel. And with that.
No, I'm not intending to. I'm playing a game.
No, there's no end with that right now.
Well,
We
I
got a
got
lot to
to go.
discuss here.
No, I got to go. So I got to go, and then I'll catch up with you on that call that we're going to have. Okay?
When are
Okay.
we going to have that phone call?
All right, later.
All right. Bye-bye.
That was a quick ending. I didn't even get to say goodbye.
When you got to go, you got to go.
When Ted's got to go, he's got to go. It's always good to hear from him.
But I meant what I said though. It's not a coincidence, man. You know, it's not a coincidence that the timing of what has happened, and he's right back. He's filled the spot of three people who thought they were relevant. The ones who thought that the ship's going to sink. I mean, it's almost like it's just a smack in their face. Like, just when you thought, not to say that Nathan couldn't do it on his own, but I'm just saying though, it's like, bruh, you'd be surprised at the support Nathan has. Why are you so ego? Why are you an egomaniac?
You just have to understand what's going on. What was going on was there was a change in how we were, I'll say the word, arguing, because we weren't arguing anymore. We came to terms with how Earth is measured flat, and that's it. Now, there was a portion of the panel that did not want that to happen at all. They wanted to still go on with the old rhetoric and the old way, and it's important to know you got to take them through this. We got to write all about the right criterion, the Riley criterion. This needs to be known, and you need to argue it that way. And that was even said that it's right in his book. Why are you not going to argue it this way? Well, because we don't argue anymore. We just state facts, how Earth is measured. And that part did not want it to go that way. They were showing up less and less every day.
That's interesting. I didn't even know that. I didn't recognize that.
Well, think of the rhetoric we're saying. If I'm saying, why bother telling people Earth's not a sphere when it's measured a flat? How would you feel if your handle is the Globe Terminator?
And I feel horrible. You'd want to, what do you mean? I came on the scene to expose pretender clowns. Well, you got to start doing a little internal search and expose that one. Yeah, you'd feel horrible because you're taking away his whole meaning of being here.
That's very true. I didn't think about. Well, I can agree. I get it. I really get it, because even when me and Jen and somebody we were talking about, and Nathan was coming to agreement about the Neil. You was involved too. We were talking about the way the way that Nathan was articulating everything. With the suck more. Just trying to make it clean so we can evolve and get, because we're on another level. Not only with the measurements, we're on another level. It was almost like this particular person would be like, "Oh, F that. Give me a break." It always had to be this agitating, disrespectful manner, in a way of doing it my way. I'm here. This is how we're doing it. Like, it was almost like a takeover, kind of felt like. It felt like a takeover in some ways. Like, wait a minute, whose show is this? And Nathan always humbly said, thanks, thanks QE for this, thanks Brian. Always gave him props. Never tried to say mine, 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 mine. It's all mine. So, it's like, almost like it was like a coup d'etat was inevitable that they were trying to do. And then to do this with the book, it kind of confirms that there was an agenda of almost like a takeover, or removing Nathan as being the main creator and founder of this whole cause and this whole movement and whole ministry, and then either take it for themselves or kind of put Nathan in a corner as a new regime coming in.
Also, Kent said that you will have to, Nathan will have to you will have to look behind yourself. Sorry, I got distracted. Because you won't be stabbed in the back. Well, if it's happened many times in the past, then it's probably going to happen again.
Of course.
Who was the first gentleman that you named? You named a list of people the other day, and I didn't recognise the first gentleman's name.
Antonio Subratz.
Yeah, would you mind expanding on that?
You'd have to buy the book.
Yeah, but you can't say they were as close as QE, can you?
So they were.
Can't say you was close to him. Well, actually, you met him personally, so I guess he was. I don't know, but when Liam mentioned to me that someone was on our turf, I had to go there and check it out. And it's kind of sad if you look at our main text chat in Discord. It's pathetic. The man's losing it. I think he realizes what happened, but it's too late.
Who are you talking about?
I think the story Neil, the story they've concocted, it looks as though it's given to them by legal advice to concoct that story, or that story's been concocted by people who know how to give them plausible deniability. A way out with the second book. No, we shouldn't be bringing up this again, Neil. It's so raw. It's only happened yesterday.
Well, he's not supposed to be there. That's my only point, because Righteous said we're separated. So I was shocked when I heard that he's in our main text chat, putting stuff up, derogatory, and making Nathan look a certain way. That'll piss me off. So I did not want to communicate with him anymore, because when I say I'm done with you, I'm done with you. But he forced my hand. So I had to go in there and freaking deal with him. And I just told him, you've been terminated.
And kudos for you for going in there, Neil. And that's why I said what I said about Righteous. That was inexcusable, and that was foul, because it's already been the line drawn, the exclusiveness. So why would you do that? It's almost like
let me answer you. Same reason the ballers do it. So what do the ballers do when they're losing? Do they come in and confront me, or do they go into the text chat?
Yep, that's exactly was my point. They were in the chat. So my last message to him was, I'm going to treat you like I treat the chat skanks. You got something to say? Join the show.
Oh, no, I know why QE was there. I'm talking about why did the allowance of him being in there.
Well, because Righteous felt that his story needed to be heard. That's his side. They don't understand that there's not two sides here. There's only one side. There's only one book. There's only one scenario, and there's only one outcome. How do I know that? Because I was there in every session. I know what went down. And sometimes I would think to myself, why am I sitting here? I'm not doing anything. What the heck am I sitting here for sometimes 3 hours? And now I know why. And the other thing is, Nathan, you need to get together how many times the book was being done, because they portrayed it like it was every day, hour after hour, after every after show, they were in there doing a book. My wife would say, where you going? The book, the book, the book, the book. No. Sometimes 3 weeks would go by, nothing was done. 2 weeks would go by, maybe one day was put in. And then finally at the end, there was months that went by, and he's using that as a proof of who the author was. Look, I was gone 2 months and nothing was done. Yeah, because you told us, wait till you get back, because we were doing it as a team.
Not to mention, whose idea was it about the book? Who started the book?
Gaslighting, eh? Gaslighting's great.
Huh? Yeah. Who invited you to participate in the book? Who accepted your offer. Like Nathan just did a delayed good point. It's true. I don't recall. I mean, I don't recall ever him, seeking them to help out. It was one of those things. Oh yeah, you're doing that. Well, can I get down? Can I do that? Sure. Come on in. Yeah, grab a hammer. Hey, grab that tool. Wasn't no talking about. Wait a minute, hold on. Before I grab that hammer, I need to know if we're gonna get something. Nah, don't try that. And it's not our fault. It's not Nathan's fault that you assumed that you were due anything that you felt that you should have been done. That was going on in your little head. That doesn't go like that. You can't do that. You cannot do that. You can't come in. You can't come in with a spoon and start stirring, and then when the cake is made, go up there and talk about, "Hey, where's my name on there? I made the cake too."
I gotta go find this one thing I said because it's really good. Hold on, give me a second.
Can I just say, Nathan, I bet you do feel proud of yourself. You've come out of that furnace, and I bet you've come out a lot stronger, a lot harder. Going through that is a lot. So to do that, it takes courage. So well done.
Yeah, I told Neil earlier, I was like, there's people who are telling me what a good friend Neil is. You were one of them.
Yeah, Neil's been outstanding. Honestly, if I could only dream of having a friend that you haven't, Neil. The way he's looked out for you, especially the past few months, has been so commendable.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
In the interest of balance, he's a bit of a prick, though, isn't he?
Yeah, Neil is definitely that. I can't find what I wrote, but I see he's active again in here, so he just won't let it go. I don't understand why he don't just go to his own chat. Oh, I know why. There's nobody in his chat, so he's got to come here. All right. So what I said to him was that they were delusional in some part, and I got Adam's line that he said the one time. I'll find it. Keep the conversation going until I find this.
Also, the way it looked as well. I'll be honest, it took me, I had to listen to your show and theirs and then yours again. And you really helped put it into place for me because at one point it's 4 people against 1 because they don't mention Neil's name being in those hangouts in every session. It's Brian, Adam, Kiwi, and Flatsy. That's 4 people who have credibility in this arena against 1. So you're in a position, Nathan, where, so 4 people are lying, but you're not lying. So, you're in a very difficult position there. But their story was actually so bad and so contradictory. It was once you saw how contradictory the story was, it became obvious. But until then, the framing was, they had the framing right, especially with Betty doing the questions as well. It was clever on their part, but the story is so ludicrous.
I found it.
Go on.
So I said, I was there and they conveniently left that part out, that Neil was in every effing session. Brian put no more than 2%, into it, but they're giving him 15. And it's funny how Flatsy was there before me. I do not think so. Flatsy came by Kiwi and Adams demand to grammar check because they are editing a book for Nathan because they were his friends. We on the side of truth never mentioned money. The lying side got full of themselves. Maybe it was when Adam was the lying scumbag was walking through the corridors of apathy and decided that he was this great author. Laugh out loud. I was there for every session. And then I told Kiwi, anytime Nathan would try and interject, he was told to relax. They got it. They offered, not we asked. So the book fiasco is on them. We are still going forward with the book that they will all get a mention in. Stay tuned for that. And I also told QE to go look up what that means, the corridors of apathy, because he probably won't know. But I gave him a task to do, and I said, now run along. And that's really pissing him off. So all he had to do was send me emojis of a door hitting him on the way out. It's just childish stuff. But I noticed Righteous just deleted all of that stuff. Why are you deleting stuff? Yeah, Adam thought he was this fancy writer. And one day he threw that statement out there as I was walking through the corridors of apathy. And yeah, it was nice, but you think you're an author? You even said that he could be a good freaking trial lawyer. Are you stupid? I went through a trial, and you got to know what you're doing if you're going to defend somebody. Moron.
Well, so now, pardon my lack of punctuality on getting the point, but so whatever Adam claimed happened to his property was all fabricated as to be a premise set up for
Who
this.
knows? Who knows?
We don't know this. Don't know yet.
My wife's idea is that they did not know which way to go, and they were stalling for time. They knew what they were going to do. They knew they were going to confront Nathan. The problem is they knew what Nathan was going to say. So they had to prepare themselves and figure out what they're going to do, because the answer from the beginning was no. Am I right, Nathan, as far as being authors and being
I've got it all
mentioned?
documented. I wouldn't be able to trim out clips where I'm like, you can think of getting a mention, if I hadn't already said it to them. Well, I said it to them, so it was pretty unambiguous, wasn't it?
Yes. So now they're trying to figure it out. And that, to me, that's why that was the delay. And I remember 2 weeks went by for him looking for a cozy chair. And I was like, Nancy, it's been 2 weeks. You can't find the chair? Why can't you just do the book? And I guess that's when everything jumped off, right around that time. But yeah, they were figuring out how they're going to, their next move, let's say.
Yeah, usually you don't pay somebody in full until the job's done. So wanting the accreditation before the work has been complete, when it's not your right to have it, surely you show that you're worth for it, so you don't need to ask for it, so it's given to you. That's the correct way to go about things.
Well, this is what he put up that I wanted him to take down, because somebody said now that he heard both sides of the story, if you were going to make any demands, the guy said you should have done that in the beginning. So now QE is answering him, saying, now the QE and Adam, if you were going to make any demands, no matter how small they were, should have been done before working. Before working on what specifically? There wasn't anything to make demands for in the beginning, therefore a non sequitur fallacy. Nathan genuinely thought you were doing this for free, and I don't blame him for thinking that. What is this specifically? So he's answering the guy. I wasn't there when you worked on the book. He didn't work on anything save for the opening up Google Meets and taping the work of others. This is what they're saying. All you did was open up Google Meets and tape the work of others. So I don't know for sure about the validity of their claims. Release the tapes, Nathan. Then you'll see and hear the validity in spades. But if they really worked as hard as they say they did, then 70-30 is not even that bad. Yes, we really did. 70-30 isn't that bad, huh? It wasn't a gift.
Sorry, are they making demands of what I publish? I demand QE sucks my dick and gives me good eye contact while he does it. Why isn't he sucking on my dick? QE, I demand it.
He's saying then he'd be a liar if he puts his name as author. Squat. underneath it credit QE and Adam as co-authors or something. That's mighty whitey of you.
Yeah. What they're doing is they've been kicked out of the building unceremoniously, escorted away by security. They're crying out, "Co-authors, I tell you, co-authors, co-authors." Bye.
Of one book or two.
That was already debunked by Calric. She posted it and I put it on my community posts. So she went back to one of the episodes where we're going through the fourth draft and Adam's cutting and pasting huge chunks of it into his Word document while QE and he discuss it and ask my opinion on whether or not it's okay. So this whole second book bullshit was debunked by one of my own members because I've published the process. So far from me needing to go into chat and skank about how it's worries Nathan, I don't need to do any of that because my members, not gone worries Nathan, but gone back and gone, they're lying. Here's how they're lying about there being a second book. Here's them going through the fourth draft and turning it into the fifth, the one they're now calling the second book, end quote. Here's Nathan explicitly calling it the fifth draft to Adam and Quantum Eraser and their agreement being saw and agreed with. Who's waffling through the top of me? Neil.
Neil, you're off.
Sorry.
So they're explicitly being told, here's the fifth draft, what they've relabeled so they can get away with thievery. Oh, it's not really a fifth draft of Nathan's book. There's two. No, here's it being detailed explicitly. What's that? You worked solely on the chapters from Fresh? Why is Adam cutting and pasting huge chunks of the fourth draft into the fifth one then? The one you're calling the second book? You liars. Pair of you. Now, I didn't go and dig that out. One of my members did.
Great detective work.
Surf Daddy was asking, see, Righteous, I am so freaking annoyed. He erased everything. But Surf Daddy was saying something, and he said, there is no contract. We were friends.
Watch it, like you told me.
Yeah. Well, Nathan's got to see it for himself because he still thinks he's trying to be fair. There is no contract. We were friends. Yeah, were. Past tense. If you were friends, friends don't do that to friends. So stop spinning it like Nathan was going to be this evil man that didn't credit use. Because that's what Adam was saying. This guy's not going to do the right thing. Their right thing was being co-authors. But you weren't a co-author. So how could he be doing something wrong?
I especially liked how Adam described how he was writing the story of Nathan, but he realised whilst writing the story of Nathan that he's the author. You're like, are you fucking delusional?
You can't make it up. Oh my God.
Yeah, basically you're me, Adam, aren't you? You know, you've experienced my life as I dictated it into my book that you scribed, you fucking trumped up twat of a secretary. Co-authors, I tell you, co-authors, co-authors. Bye-bye, fuckheads. Get out of the building. You're a pair of thieves. The other noteworthy thing that I thought was hilarious was Betty asks Adam, well, what's happening with the book now? QE answers, nothing. No, dumb fuck. You've been removed. The book's ploughing along quite nicely without you thieving twat. Not nothing, everything. Just not with you.
Well, they meant their book, Nathan. Oh, wait, that's your book. Oh, that's right. Keep forgetting.
Yeah, notice how Betty asked what's happening with the book, and an answer came promptly. Not, what you mean, the second book that I wrote, that I've relabeled because I've stolen it. He hasn't stolen Jack. Let's get that absolutely out of the way, straight away. The fifth draft that they kept losing chunks of because they don't know how to use Skype was still in my possession the entire time, just not in a format that was conducive with continuing straight on with the book from where it was. Now, that's God's will. Because they were so incompetent, they lost huge chunks of data and didn't transcribe various bits that I was working on. The dictatorial stuff that I did record, they didn't get any of it down, the pair of useless twats. So while they're ignoring huge chunks of information that I'm dictating, they're putting their own copywritten material in and saying Nathan didn't do anything. They're a pair of lying cunts. Make no mistake. But for the fact that they were lying cunts and got caught red-handed being lying cunts and then got fired, sacked, removed from the building, expelled. I wouldn't be going back through the recordings and going, bloody hell, why isn't anybody writing this down? This is gold. And my wife's complimenting me on how easy it is to transcribe what I say when I go through an experience within the flat earth or describe one of the arguments concisely. When she has to listen to Adam, pisshead, alcoholic wanker, Adam, and his muttery ramblings that are incoherent, she struggles to transcribe it because he's a fucking retard. Me, she can transcribe the work I did on my own fucking book that they're lying about and gaslighting everybody, saying I didn't do anything. Suddenly, somehow, Brian is 12% responsible for my fucking 10 years in Flat Earth. No, you pair of wankers. You and Brian, the three stooges, can all piss off now. Into the distance, crying out how much percentage of my book you're responsible for. You self-indulgent bunch of trumped-up twats.
No. That's the wrong name, Three Stooges. My name is better. Virgin Sally, that'd be Flatsy, and the Choir Boys, because that's what they made themselves out to be, these choir boys. Get the freak out of here. I know what went down.
Other than answering QE's question, what did I lie about? Helping me. Yeah? They simultaneously want to retain that suggested help when they're talking about how much they're helping out the poor little children. Yeah, that's your lie. Yeah, you think by telling me that if anybody publishes this work, they'll be you think that's helping me kids, do you? You want to have it both ways? You're simultaneously helping me like you told me. No, the moment you say this boat's got no port, what, my 5th draft that you kept the Word document of? No, I'm still working on that. Yeah, I managed to keep it where you pair of incompetent idiots couldn't manage to keep hold of the data that we'd worked on. Yeah, it was still very much safe and sound on my hard drives, having recorded it all. What's that? All I did was record? No, my wife's transcribed plenty of information from those recordings. What's that? I must release them. You must suck my dick and give me good eye contact.
Well, we don't know anything that they're saying is truth now, so everything could be a lie.
Yeah, till my book comes out with my frickin' name on it and people are reading it. Yeah, blessing in disguise. Meanwhile, this little controversy, this in reality storm in a teacup, just adds to the publicity, the allure of buying the book as an object. Forget the text inside it. It becomes more interesting as an item to own because of the tumultuous build-up to its release. Well, people love that kind of shit, don't they?
Absolutely.
Yep, scandal sells like a mug.
Yeah, but in QE's mind, it's a £250,000 bestseller before it's even been bloody written. The guy is completely delusional. Telling me he's going to give up his 30%. What 30%, you fucking retard? You haven't even got a publicist. You've got no contract. You've not negotiated a fucking dime. But he's simultaneously telling his audience he's prepared to give up his 30%. What a dumbass.
That's what I'm saying. We never talked about money. They're the ones that was talking about money and what it's going to make. They started getting delusions that they were these great authors and they lost sight that it's your book. It comes so easy to you when your wife is able to easily freaking put it down on paper is because it's your book. It's your story.
What does it say in the Bible about pride?
Pride comes before a fall.
How's it falling, lads? Yeah? What's that? We're sinking? No, you've been kicked off. You're on a little fucking dinghy. Yeah? And you're telling us that the boat's sinking. No, this boat's been quite happily floating along for 10 years, in spite of many treacherous wankers being kicked off it. You're just the most recent.
Did you say dinghy?
Rubber Ducky Rapids.
Yeah, with your rubber ducky life
Banana
preserver,
boat.
with your shitty old arguments that are being superseded and made redundant by the fact we've always measured Earth flat. Many of the old shitty arguments that we don't need anymore a few of them consisted of having flat Earth measurements in them. So in order to make an argument that was long and convoluted and drawn out, you had to utilise flat Earth measurements in those old, dusty, redundant arguments. that will also float off in a redundant little dinghy with two little thieves. What's that? The SS Titanic sinking? No, this isn't a boat, but thanks for the false analogy. This is a YouTube channel that I've been successfully running for the last 10 years. I'm about to hit 9 million views on this channel. Now, QE is like, I don't like these numbers being thrown at me. What, when Jaron used to throw his subscriber count? Well, when people did used to throw the numbers at me, I've come back at them with the reality that I've got more than they have. Because I keep a freaking eye on them. Now me, I'll reactively do what needs to be done to keep this channel going because I'm a videographer first and foremost. So when the numbers start dropping, I'll do something about it. Now the numbers started dropping the moment they started helping me with the book because my attention was drawn to the long drawn out process of those two arguing about whether or not to use it or the in a sentence. Meanwhile, I was losing views. So what did I do? Went out and found a means of increasing my revenue and increasing my views. So the microphones, people are like, oh, all right, well, we're aware you're doing microphones. You're selling them to keep the lights on. Yeah, but it's not just as simple as keeping the lights on by selling them to people on eBay. They simultaneously bolstered the views. That is to say, people are slightly more interested in microphones than they are in flat Earth. How do I know that? I can see the statistics. But that's kept me as a YouTuber building my channel up to the 10 million views I'll inevitably have. And that's not an insurmountable amount of views, but by the same token, it's not to be sniffed at either. So yeah, the point being, SS Nathan is still quite happily floating and will be, regardless of how many cheating, thieving bastards come across my path. There's been many in the past, there'll be some in the future, as you were pointing it out earlier, Sensual. Yes, there'll always be some other thieving, scheming bastard that gets on board, temporarily. There's been plenty in the past. These are just the most recent examples of thieving bastards who suddenly think, I am you, in the case of Adam, who's delusional enough to think that because he's putting pen to paper and typing, suddenly he becomes me. No, you delusional twat. Your life's very boring.
And the other thing, him shouting for you, trying to get you to freaking interact in your own book, that's a straight up lie.
No, that's
now,
semi-true.
If you had to go somewhere,
that's not a complete distruth. At the moment, my wife is saying to me, do you really want me to transcribe this bit? I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, you've completely checked out. You've lost all interest. I'm like, yeah, let's have a listen. So I listen, and it's boring. Very boring. I'm like, well, yeah, that's why I'm playing a video game, because what they're doing is dull, tedious, and I've checked out. I've completely lost interest. She's like, well, do you want me to transcribe it? I'm like, yeah, do it all. Your plan was to take what we did in those sessions and just transcribe all of it. So just carry on as you were, just transcribe it. But she's giving up after half an hour each time because she's finding it boring, and I'm playing video games on these last few videos. You're like, why? Because it is tedious. And I'm finding it boring. So because I've found their work boring towards the end, when they've allegedly completely taken over, well, yeah, there's a good chance that actual section that they think, well, we did all the work, he completely checked out. Yeah, I did, because you're both boring. Now, earlier in the sessions when my wife's transcribing it, I'm all full of beans, and there's plenty of content coming from me, and it's interesting. Easy to transcribe, concise, and to the point. Later in the sessions, yeah, they're right. I've checked out because you're boring. Yeah, I've lost interest. They say, oh, he's not even paying attention. He's just starting recording and playing games. Yeah, you've got to keep people's attention. Now, when I'm talking, people pay attention. Yeah? When I say things like, QE can suck my dick and give me good fucking eye contact, I demand it. People pay attention. Yeah, when you talk about long, tall Sally, nobody pays attention. It's boring and it's tedious. Yeah? Mae West isn't grabbing people's attention. But I can. I absolutely assure you. Now, the point in this is that QE's self-aggrandizing methodology of taking ownership of things that aren't his is a fairly standard fare narcissistic recycling method. There's no original thought coming from narcissists. They only know how to recycle. And what do you know? What's he taking? Something that he says is his, and it's just a load of hyperlinks to other people's work. That's what narcs do. Recycle.
Yeah, all I've ever noticed that he was a book full of I don't know how can I use I almost say
Citation.
yeah, citations and ad homs of like metaphorical ad hominems. You know what I'm saying? Like you couldn't do that if a monkey jumped on your back and humped your earlobe with a piercing in it. Things like that. And then you think about it, it's funny, but it was more like he was that sidekick that should have just been interjecting saying those things. At times it got annoying, like, okay. Oh, you monkey. But I mean, it was just, yeah.
Dude, yesterday in conversation with him,
It was fun. It was fun.
It wasn't even fun. It wasn't even funny. Trying to even engage in conversation with him, that's all he was doing. One that came and said, he sounds like a child. Like, you want to have a conversation. You came to our chat. Let's have a conversation. I really didn't want to because I wrote you off. But you're here and you're on our turf now, right? We're not in QE text chat. We're in FED's main text chat. He had the audacity to say that room was created for me, meaning himself.
Oh, that was hilarious. That was hilarious.
Well, the thing is,
that was
Huey's always had conversations like that. We used to just accept it.
What's the name of this Discord server, by the way?
Flat Earth Debate.
What's the name of what?
The Discord server.
FED.
Sorry, it's not called QE server. I thought it was made for him.
No, he's got a room that, because I guess you handed the ball busters over to him, they gave him a room. I mean, yeah, you gave him a room.
Yeah.
But,
QE is surviving on my scraps. That's what QE's doing. Yeah? I tossed you a bone and you're gnawing the remains off it, aren't you, QE? Yeah. Well, I've just given Righteous Force my blessing to allow you to continue to gnaw on my scraps.
Time out. I want to rewind. Did Neil say, Nathan, you gave him Bob?
Yes.
Is that another scrap?
Yes, what actually happened was QE told me that I would need to give him half of my super chats. Like, literally wanted to take food out of my own kids' mouths. Because he was demanding half the super chats from a show I produced that he happened to be on with me. So because he was on Ballbusters with me, he was like, I do presentations on Ballbusters. I want half your super chats. And I was like, you could just have the show. Just have it. If you want the super chats, you can earn them by running the show. Just have it.
And then you had to take time out to teach him how to use OBS, etc.
That's correct.
Hey, Nathan, the Most High was telling you right there. He was giving you a notion. He was letting you know this is to come. That action right there showed you his true colors. Showed you, even after many times before the Ballbusters began, how you were doing this outside and moved to doing this as your way of living. Okay, from a good job at what you were doing before, and for him to say that showed that he wasn't. That's like me, Neil, also saying, you know what, I want a rebate for all the patrons.
What, like we
want this and that.
You're breaking up. Wait a second. This contradicts what he said. He said when it comes to children, he has a weakness. But he was demanding.
Get his computer checked out.
Wow.
Say again, Len.
Sorry, it's just facetious saying someone needs to investigate his computer for how much he loves children.
No, don't do that.
Yeah, but it's a contradiction because he said he has a weakness to children, but now I'm hearing that he was demanding 50% of the super chats.
Yeah,
when he knows
I essentially
that
said, in the kindest way, I said no. Because rather than saying, well, no, I went, have the show. You earn the super chats. You run the show. It can be on your channel. And then the super chats are all yours. And his answer was, no, 50-50. Now, I never saw a dime, nor did I ask for any. I'm not that kind of guy. Quite the contrary. A little money earner like Ballbusters, I just gave up because I was being asked for 50% of the super chats. Like, rather than giving you... I'm not going to go through my earnings and give you a fucking percentage of it. You mercenary, thieving fuck. I'll just give you the show and you can do the work. Like all Ballbusters was just QE starting the show wouldn't be so insulting. But that's what they're saying about me. I would just run a hangout. Oh, right, okay, yeah. Sour grapes, much? Yeah, Ballbusters wasn't really QE's. He just started a hangout. It's like, you didn't want to be insulting about it. No, what I made him realise was how much work it really is. And he had to earn those super chats that he earned on Ballbusters. Well, I'm not going to start demanding 50% of them, in spite of me being there with his name above the door, like the parasite he was. Again, like Ballbusters would be anything unless I had my name over it initially and once it transferred over to his channel so that he could have the 50% super chats that he demanded. Well, no, you can have all of them, but you've got to do the work. That's to say you've got to run the show. It's not just start a hangout. But if you're going to demean somebody because you've been kicked out of the building, you'll suddenly say, oh, all he did was run hangouts. They didn't know that until recently. In their minds, they were sat... Craig and I were having a laugh about it while they're saying, the spies are here. Oh, you dumb fucks. The whole time it was being recorded, I've just got a life. Yeah, I've got 2 kids. I've got other shit to do. I cannot sit in front of the computer for endless hours while you two argue about whether it's it or the at the beginning of this sentence. Yeah, I have got other shit to do. But I recorded it all because I can then go back and reference it, and that's what I've had to do, haven't I? Now, it wasn't because my hand was forced. Yeah, it actually was completely, wasn't it? But that was God's intention, because I probably wouldn't have gone back and gone through it all had my friends been trustworthy and not knifed me in the back.
Yeah, that's very true. And you know, play devil's advocate. Can you blame him for trying to do the same thing with the book? Hell, he gave me ball busters, and
yeah, that's how I balled. Yeah, but having had it once, you then protect yourself and cover your own back, don't you? So most amusing is them telling me to start and stop the recording. You fucking pair of retards. Can you start recording, Nathan? Yeah. You dumb shit.
Wait.
Hey, Neil always said to me, Nathan's always recording.
Yeah. Well, I can't believe they didn't understand that rule. It's Nathan is always recording.
Yeah. Each time I go into Craig and buy another 8 terabytes of hard drive space, do they think I'm keeping it for my freaking health? Do they think I'm putting movies on it? Or do they think I'm putting on all these hard drives? Got 30 terabytes of hard drive space. What do you think I'm doing with it? I'm always running out of hard drive space, but in their mind, I need to start and stop the recordings. Like, are you two delusional? You're just stupid, as far as I can ascertain. Just thick.
Well, they're like the gang that couldn't shoot straight.
Yeah, but you heard their tune change. I heard QE saying, well, he recorded all the sessions with his little whimper in his voice. Yeah, I did, you dumb fuck. Yeah, you managed to lose huge chunks of information between you two spastics, didn't you? Yeah, I recorded it all, and it's nice and safe in my 20 or 30 terabytes of hard drives. Yeah, it's just required quite a lot of work at the detriment of my wife. Yeah? Now, fortunately, people who realised how the creative process went down immediately supported that financially. Yeah, been backed. People have paid for my wife to do that work. The work that had already been done, it had supposed to have already been achieved, while they were simultaneously ignoring massive chunks that I said and inserting copywritten material so they could steal it later, call it a different book. You thieving pair of wankers. Dumb, incompetent thieves.
Oh, wait a second here. You mean to tell me? Because they're demanding that if you play the tapes in full...
Sorry, why isn't QE sucking on my dick and looking me in the eye? I've demanded it. So, I'm just not a rhetorical question. Why aren't you sucking on my dick? QE, I've demanded it. Do I need to get a fucking letterhead from a solicitor?
Yeah. This is really part of my lack of punctuality coming to full circle, but it is a fact that these are parasitic individuals, because you think about it, Nathan's been interviewed on television, people talk about him, you know, you got UFC fighters, you got Joe Rogan on the show talk about him. So I got this channel.
What about the pharmacist?
No, listen, yeah, I'm a pharmacist with a channel that probably gets maybe 2 looks if I put up a video. I got another guy that gets berated by Globers and has maybe 16 looks or views on his little random up in the air, stuttering, long-winded videos. You can't understand half the fuck what he's saying. And then you got this other guy who's just a bully who tried to just usurp everything. But they gained something because when they got on FED, their whole lives changed. And that's a fact. That's a fact.
Well,
Their social media lives changed.
well, that's
And
why.
they used Nathan.
Yeah, well, that's why the beginning of their little video to gaslight people, they went through their history because they were annoyed that I left that comment. Well, who was Adam? Just the guy who owns a pharmacy that had a show was part of Iron Realm Media and Ball Busters and got arrested for Flat Earth. Who was QE? He was the guy that debated evotards online. That's what they got known from this show. Oh, they had to cover their tracks on that. No, I knew about him. Robert Pisano. Yeah, I invited him on my show, Adam says.
Let's just have a quick straw poll. Sorry, just 1 second. Discord. Who has heard of Robert Pisano? Speak now.
I think I have.
You think you have? QE.
Well,
nobody gives a flying fuck about Robert Pisano, you fucking retard. You think that makes you popular because you spoke to Robert Pisano? One man said, I think I know who he is. No one gives a flying fuck. Just out of interest, why aren't you here sucking on my dick and looking in my eye, QE? I've demanded it several times. Like, this isn't negotiable.
Well,
Is Pisano
Adam
the
was
guy
part of
that
Iron.
got the interviews? Sorry, Neil.
But
Is Pisano the guy who got the interviews with a few, generals or whatnot?
No.
And QE ended up getting him fired or losing the trust of his sources?
No. He called up a
NASA
astronaut, I believe, and QE was on the call with him. And the call ended because QE couldn't keep his stupid, dumbass, interfering mouth closed on a call between two other people. Like, he was so fucking stupid that all he had to do was keep his stupid mouth shut, and he couldn't manage it. So that's where QE got involved with Robert Pisano, fucking things up for him. Not that anybody gives a shit. Yeah, because Robert Pisano disappeared off the scene, so nobody remembers him. Yeah? Like, nobody will remember Adam Aiken? What the fuck was he called again? Just some tosser. Some trumped up secretary who thought he was me because he was writing about me in my company, under my tutelage, in my paid space. Suddenly he thought he was me. You're not fucking interesting, Adam. Yeah? Let's get that absolutely clear.
Wait a second,
like
Nathan,
that.
hold on. He had a show. He was part of a show called Iron Realm Media.
Let's just do a straw poll. Who here watched Adam on Iron Realm Media?
Never heard of it.
Nah.
Adam, you delusional fucking retard. Nobody gives a shit about you. Do you understand, you pathetic twat? Nobody gives a fuck and everyone will remember you not one iota after Christmas. Like, no one will give a shit about you. In the same way no one remembers Robert Pisano. Yeah? The moment people disappear, the question 3 months later is, did that person die? And then 3 months later, nobody mentions their name again. What matters is longevity. People who stick around get remembered. What, like me doing 11 years worth of Flat Earth shows, like Debay, yeah? People don't remember Math. Math Powerland, the guy who woke me up to Flat Earth, he hasn't made videos, so people forget him. That's how it goes. But you want to decide to tell your audiences that your swan song will be your name on my book. Sad. Parasites. No, you'll just be forgotten about quickly, like Robert Pisano. Nobody's going to remember him either.
Just so you know, Nathan, Matt Powell did start making videos again, but his hiatus was so long that he wasn't able to generate any momentum.
Yeah, I have seen him. I've watched Math recently. I've watched him do his videos, and it just hasn't moved on. It's like watching something from the 1980s in terms of the crappy quality.
Is that the guy that also plays guitar or something like that? Or
Yeah,
musician?
you've got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, see, we moved on and progressed.
Yeah, that's life. Life moves on. What seems really important today is completely inconsequential. It's a footnote in a book, it's a chapter. Like me describing the Isle of Man. At the time, the stress, anguish and heartache over whether or not we could see the physical geometric sphere edge at the distance the math said seemed so important. It was the most important thing 10 years ago.
Yeah,
Now it's
Nathan,
just
you've been
the
at the beachside at midnight looking for a light.
Yeah.
Take a picture of.
Exactly. We were out at midnight trying to catch a flashing light over on the Isle of Man from McGall Lighthouse. It seemed like the most important thing to ever been done. We literally dangled tape measures off cliffs to find out how high they were with physical measurements. Now we go, well, the measurement for its altitude is perpendicular to a plane of reference. Who gives a shit whether or not we run a tape measure up it or not?
Oh, that's terrible because, yeah, I guess you're right. Because about 5 months ago, QE was real important.
Yeah. Yesterday's news, today's chip wrapping.
Yeah, Adam was very important 5 months ago because they were helping you edit a book about the journey of flat earth debate. Housekeeping, all roads lead to flat earth, the ultimate reference. Oh, we're going to get rid of that, right? That was boring and stale. Maybe you'll keep some stuff, but it's exciting.
You say they don't
The
like
show
my
is
analogy?
exciting.
My analogy about Jaguar? So the trumped-up designers have worked really hard on a particular Jaguar, and then when they start demanding that their name goes on the front of it, no, we need to take the big cat off the front and put our faces on it. Get out, you stupid pair of twats. It's not a good analogy.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to get at was Adam was very important 5 months ago because he was helping you. Now, who cares? That video condemned them.
You were reading out some of the chat comments from people who are like, I used to trust you and respect you, and now I don't. You're like, yeah, that's how it goes, isn't it? When you try and get above your station, you decide that you're more important than the people that you've offered to help. It's like, okay. Well, you know, people quickly forget, and they're very fickle. So they go from respecting you greatly to disrespecting you greatly in an instant. It's really easy. You know, people turn against celebrities all the time. People see it and they just don't think, well, that could be me. They think they are the celebrity. They think they're the be-all and end-all, the alpha and omega QE. You're like, no, Dumbo. Yesterday's news is today's chip wrapping.
Yeah, I would have never spoke to QE like that 5 months ago. I respected him. Now, get out. You've been terminated.
Yeah, he only spoke to me like that once. He was on a phone call while he was telling me what percentages he'd be getting from my book. He went, I wrote the fucking book. That was where our relationship ended, when he started to talk to me like that. He can talk to Brian like that all day long, can't he? And Brian will tolerate it. Yeah? Because Brian's a little bitch. He likes being talked to like that. When QE tells Brian to shut the fuck up, Brian just took it like a little bitch, didn't he?
Well, because he was getting 20% of the book.
Yeah. And I don't know how relevant this is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know whether y'all care or he cares. But one of the main reasons what turned my wife off of the show was because of his mouth. I don't know who was watching. I was listening to Ball Busters or your show, but she was like, she literally said to me, hold on, guys, hold on.
My wife was the same way. She can't handle QE's tone and his language. Like
mine's getting a bit
sometimes
like that
you,
on this
Nathan,
show, sorry.
so you're not so good.
I'm not so terrible on this show either. My language has been pretty disgusting this whole show.
You've got reason to be pissed off.
Yeah, let's say when I'm pissed off, my language gets a lot more blue. My apologies.
Yeah, my wife understands that, so she gives you space for that because she knows. She blames me. She's like, why are you making him talk about it? I said, I didn't make him talk about it. I didn't bring it up. I was getting yelled at the other day in the car. Why are you doing this? He's going to get upset. I said, it's beyond upset. This is the victory lap. Now we're just laughing at them.
Yeah, that got turned into a short. So quite the contrary. So yes and no. Your wife's absolutely correct. Yes, it's absolutely upsetting to me. But quite often, that's when the best stuff pours out. Do you know what I mean? I'll play it to you. This is what I trimmed out from that. It's exactly that.
DMR006 says, my professional opinion is I smell a rat. Shame on you two, I guess meaning Adam and QE. I am sorry. I used to respect both of you.
I've been charged with lying. Can somebody please tell me what that lie is? I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries. You said that you would help me with my book. What you actually meant was, I'm going to thieve your book by inserting copywritten material into it as we go. So you lied by saying you can help me. You thieving, lying, scheming bastard. That's what you lied about. Help, in quotes. Now, you weren't helping me. You were helping your kin self, you thieving...
That'd be a great YouTube short.
My wife thinks I'm getting you mad. She thinks there's a stop.
Number two, I've been charged, along with Adam, with theft, stealing a book. Can you be so kind as which book I stole?
Yeah, the fifth draft you've got in your possession, you stupid retard. The one that Betty asked you if you'd given me a copy of. The answer was no, you dumb... You answered it on your own stupid bleeding lie show. When you were asked, has Nathan got a copy? The answer was no. So you've stolen it, you thieving wanker.
If you would be so kind, I'd like to know. You're going to charge me with something. You better know half-step.
No, I'm not ham-stepping. I'm putting my foot up your ass, you thieving... You've stolen my fifth draft, and you're calling it the, quote, second book. Yeah, that's what you've stolen. Spinning it into being something you can copyright and then saying, what have I stolen? This is mine. I took it to the copywriter. I've already published it, you stupid twat. You've stolen the Word document. Right, on that note, right, so when I say I've published it, and I've been mentioning Calric going back and digging out various sections... So she's got it written underneath that particular video, and then she's obviously directed my attention to it. So Flat Earth Debate 2234 Uncut and After Show book editing. 4 hours, 34 minutes, 35 seconds. Adam. So because of this halfway through we realised, and when we changed what we were doing, we realised the enormity of the job. We were a little lost on what had to be done and what hadn't been done. What we had to do still, being a bit of a geek, I set up a spreadsheet, which kind of helps us, blah, 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 right? 4 hours, 36, 34. Nathan, this is the fourth draft, and what Adam's just described will be the fifth draft. So by fourth draft, I mean the first draft was me verbally doing it, and then Chuck wrote it into a book, and then like the second draft... And then, like, the third draft would be me and 10th Man, and Chuck and myself going through it, padding it out as a book. And now we're going through that as the fourth draft. And what you can see on the screen on the right and left-hand side is the third draft. And what we'll be doing now is the fourth draft. Once this gets done and it's all green, it'll be gone through with a fine-tooth comb, spelling errors, and, you know, some stuff might get minor changes, along with a glossary in the fifth draft. And then it gets published. End quote. 4 hours, 39 minutes, 52. Adam accesses a Word document with the title page reading Flat Earth Housekeeping Questions, All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth by Nathan Oakley. Scrolling through the document shows Nathan's name at the top of every page. 5 hours, 3 minutes, 10. Adam begins to copy text from Nathan's book and paste it into the document for reworking. 5 hours, 33:26. Adam finishes vocalising a criticism of a statement expressed within the copy text and asks Nathan what he thinks of it. Open brackets, because you know, it's Nathan's book. Close brackets. So, like I say, I didn't need to go and dig this out. It's already been published. The process of taking the various drafts of my book and improving upon them with the assistance of editors, who now claim it's a second book. Lying fuckers.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were to add up, how many sessions do you think? 30?
Why? Why'd you care?
Well, because they're making it sound like for 2 years, after every after show, they went into the room and started editing a book. Just need to get the record straight. There was more time off than time on.
Yeah, what they're saying is, we were the co-authors, I tell you, co-authors, I tell you, bye-bye, see you later, dickheads.
Yeah, but just so people understand, it wasn't an everyday thing. There was more time off than on.
Oh, Neil,
Okay,
they basically dedicated their life to... From what I remember, didn't Adam completely give up being a pharmacist temporarily just to be my editor?
No, he was still a pharmacist.
From memory, didn't he sacrifice his firstborn so he could do this for me?
No, I believe his firstborn's still around.
No. He sacrificed him so that he could, worship at the altar of being Nathan's writer. I'm sure of it. I mean, the sacrifices these two went through were immense, Neil. Truly immense. I mean, really, they should have co-authorship.
QE said he would say, his wife would say, "What are you doing?" The book. So I asked my wife, "What do you think is fair?" She said 50%.
Really? She can come and suck my dick too, QE. I demand it. You and her both can sit in front of me and give me good fucking eye contact. You think your wife's opinion about what fucking percentage you haven't negotiated with anybody matters? No, dumb fuck.
Well, the point is, they were adding up the money. We never even spoke about money.
This idiot's asking his wife how much percentage of my book he deserves. Why are you asking her, you dumb fucking retard? She sounds as stupid as you. Did she tell you deserve 50%? Oh, really? I told you could suck my dick and give me good eye contact. Does that sound like 50%? Sounds like you can go fuck yourself. And your whore, she can suck my dick too.
Hold on. Okay, speaking of that, but I'm sorry, I got cut off before.
Like, why isn't QE's wife sucking on my dick? Do I need to get a solicitor to put a fucking letterhead? She can suck my dick and give me good eye contact 50%. Why isn't she? I demand it. This is not negotiable.
My wife is getting upset now. Please refrain from the language. I got it on speaker.
I just don't know why she's not here sucking on it. I've demanded it. This isn't negotiable. Why isn't she here, QE? Can you ask her for me?
Baby, there's nothing I could do. He's on a roll.
Well, apparently this bitch has said that QE should get 50% of what's mine. No, you dumb whore. No, you can suck my dick too, bitch.
Uh-oh, QE's going to be upset now.
Oh, Willie, I couldn't give a flying fuck as he floats away on his little dinghy with his whore telling him he's worth 50% of my book. Really? No, what she got was told to be a whore and that she could suck my dick. That's what she got told when she told you you'd be worth 50%. Oh, really? Did she ask you how you'd negotiated with a publicist? Did she not think to ask you that? She just said you deserve 50%. She didn't say, you fucking retard, why don't you go and ask a publicist how much you're worth? Not me, your wife. Your wife doesn't have any say in how much percentage of a book you get. A publicist gets that. Like the one I had a contract with, the one that I negotiated how much I'd get for my book that you were helping me with. Your wife didn't have a fucking say in it, but she can suck my dick and give me good eye contact. It's not negotiable. I'll get you a letterhead from a solicitor to make sure you understand that I demand it.
Oh, boy.
She's just being supportive, that's all. She's being supportive. She's just being supportive, that's all.
No, that wasn't supportive. She was demanding him because he was spending all this time, working on the book.
Because he lied to her and made her think that that's what he was doing. He's probably doing some other shit that she was saying. You promised me this, hon. What are you doing now? That book, you and that book. And his way of giving the excuse was, babe, this is a cash cow right now. This is a gold mine here. I'm dedicating myself to this, man. This is all I do. This is what I do. I shoot arrows, and then I come home and I do this book. And she's upset that Nathan is taking advantage of her hubby. So she said, you deserve to have half. That's how it works. She supports him.
You deserve half, QE. Is she a publicist? Was she publishing it?
And the big is.
It was funny when I text QE. I said, what's the name of the second book again? In hyphens, the fifth draft. Didn't get a reply.
Yeah, that was good. One deck. You remember what I had? That it's all erased now. Righteous erased everything.
What, the chat from last night?
Yeah, he took everything down. But QE's thing is still up there.
You screenshot him, right? Don't you have the screenshots?
Nah, I don't think I did. Listen, I don't want to engage with the guy. I don't. When I said to him on the phone when they tried to, bring me into the group and justify their treachery, and I told them where I stood, before I got off the phone, I said, you broke my heart and you're causing people to choose, and that's wrong. He's offered to help. We all offered to help. And now this is what it's turned into. So as far as you, QE, I don't have nothing to do with you. And as far as you, Adam, I don't have nothing to do with you. And then I got off the phone. So I really don't want to interact with them.
Okay, let me ask you a
If you're going to
question.
come on my block, then I'm going to have to interact with you.
Let me ask you a question. What's the name of the main chat?
Just called main chat. It's above live
It's
stream
right
in
above
Discord.
FED, main text chat.
It's the FED main chat. Who created the FED main chat, or who is the actual
Righteous Force is the ultimate administrator. It belongs to him, as does where we are
belongs
sat
to
now.
who?
So just be careful what you're saying, because I am a guest here. Right, this is not my server. It's run by, it's run by Righteous Force. It's his server, not mine. So we are guests here.
Okay, well then we can't exclude Q.
No, you can. See, I thought, it was my misunderstanding.
All right.
Because last week he told me that he separated the both groups. So I thought that meant everything. I thought that meant he separated his whole thing, like his QE chat is his and none of us can go there, and our chat is ours and none of his people can come there. So I was shocked to see him in there spewing his nonsense.
What, like bull-believing chat skanks that need to hang around in the main text chat? I don't even go in there, literally.
Well, I challenged him to come. I said, don't be a chat skank, his words. Join the show. If he had any balls,
I can
he
ask
would,
you how my balls taste in person, QE.
Yeah, it's like a big kid, though, with all them citations and a little bit. It's like my grown kids do all that.
One deck, you did see everything, right? Wasn't it like I was talking to a child?
Yeah, he's behaving like a child. Supposed to be a grown-ass man, been in the army. He's behaving like a fucking infant. Sorry for my language.
I think we're long past that.
My bad. My impression was that when it was a separation thing, that it was the Righteous was the server was Righteous worked for the server, which was the FED chat. So he should abide by the rules, which means considering what happened, they should be excluded. That being Adam and QE, but that's not the case, and you can't stop him from coming on there. He can do what he wants to do up on there. He has the freedom to. That's why I chose not to be on there, because there's a bunch of childish idiots on there most of the time that just want to go back and forth.
But why would you want to be there when you have your own? It said that QE has one. It says QE's main text chat. Oh, nobody's there. That's why.
Thing is, just going back a bit now. So like you say, QE's still doing the treatments and all that and politics and, just like we've said that we used to do with the McKeegans, and it's fucking old news now, all that. We're doing it more professional, or Nathan is. Pinpoints, everybody knows and realizes Earth is flat because that's how they're using it. We've had the triangulation and the trigonometry and everything else we've been doing. And nobody else is doing that. Even the ballers, Simon Dan, he'll be just looking at someone's video and slagging them off. Triangles, he'll be going over someone's video and slagging them off. That's all everybody does. Gets the video up and slags them off.
Yeah, but one deck. His mission hasn't changed. Exposing pretender clowns. Well, you got to do a little inward looking then to expose the main pretender clown. That would be you, QE.
Nathan, it's not ideal that we're sharing the same space as him in Discord. Do you agree?
I mean, I don't care.
It's not good. We'll have that conversation.
It's just gonna, well, I mean, my attitude towards this is, why did they do all this, right? What did they tell me? They told me that they wanted this, that's my book, to be their swan song. That's what they said. Now, by that, they mean, like Robert Bassano, if Robert Bassano's name was on a book, people would remember his name without him being here. Well, that tells me that they don't want to be here. Now, a few people also told me this at the time. They're bored, right? They don't want to be around so that they're remembered. They just want to be remembered without having to do anything. Well, okay, so they're lazy. Well, ultimately speaking, they want to bugger off and still be remembered. That's what they want. Well, I don't care. Eventually, they'll bugger off and they won't be remembered. That's just how it goes. That's life. Yeah? Unless you make your impression, like a major mark. Well, they won't be making their swan song my book as they wanted to. But that means that they've got to figure out another way of hanging around and being relevant. Oh, let them. Let them. I don't care if they're in a server that I use. I am extremely grateful to Righteous. And I meant what I said to him in the pre-show. He's involved with this, and nothing Righteous does will be commended. No one's saying, thanks, Righteous, for letting me be in your server. They're saying, you've done this right, you need to do... All he's doing is providing a space. Now, the fact that the people in it have fallen out, that's not his fault. It's not his concern either. Now, he'll do what he needs to do to make his server run well. And he does. But does it matter that there's somebody else who's... I don't see QE as my enemy. Like I say, give it probably less than... I said a couple of years earlier. Give it a couple of weeks. And I'll probably be thinking, thank him, really. Who cares? You know, I'm pretty fickle. It's a word we've used quite a lot recently. Well, I mean it. I don't care. Like, I'll get over it. You know, these two thieving bastards have been excluded from what I've created as a group. Now, that's never going to change, is it? But they're still hanging around in the server that I happen to use. Thank you very much for letting me use my server, for letting me use your server, Righteous Force. That's all you need to do, just say thank you to him. That's it. He doesn't need any demands about who he's allowed to have in there or who he isn't. And just because somebody's wronged me, the ballers wrong me daily, don't they? And they'll still be allowed. They'll be welcome back in tomorrow, right? And so will QE. If QE comes on the show tomorrow, he'll be warmly welcomed. Welcome back. Good to see you, thieving bastard. You scallywag, you. Shall I ruffle your hair, you thieving cunt? How you doing?
Wait a second. You said something before. You said that they wanted to make your book their swan song.
Yes.
Because they were lazy. Well, I seem to remember them charging you with being lazy.
Yeah, it's really lazy to run a show day after day, week in, week out, all year, every year, for 10 years. Very lazy, yes. What's that? You've been out shooting, have you, QE? You've been shooting your little cardboard things with your bow and arrow? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was still running my show when you were doing that.
Oh, wait, as a matter of fact, hold on. As a matter of fact, I want you to do something if you can. There was a time when we would sit down to edit the book and he would be doing all of this other stuff, right? And there was one particular time where they weren't going to do the book, although we did gather together to edit the book, Nathan's book, the only book, and they didn't want to do it. And Nathan, lazy Nathan that doesn't do nothing, just put the book on screen. And then we started to work. Remember that? And I said, you should do that more often, Nathan. You just put it up there and everybody started to go to work.
I was just saying, like Nathan says, how's that? What do you say about Ruhif? How's that geometric horizon working out for you, Ruhif? Something like, how's that second book working out for you, QE? In the same tone would be quite funny.
That was funny. But yeah, no, I remember that. So like all the charges of Nathan being lazy and not paying attention to what's going on in his own book. I didn't even know Al-Baruni's first name. I mean, geez, it's right there. We just put it down. How do you not know his first name?
You've got to know his first name, otherwise it's not an elevation angle, mate, taken from the in-ground surface level.
No. They want to go into all the other things. They want to go into spherical trigonometry and how this is, that doesn't have a sign and all this other stuff. They don't want to just talk about, wait a second, hold on, back up. How are we doing these measurements? Oh, off a flat plane of reference? Oh, so what does all that other stuff mean? Nothing.
Just a
And
quick
and
curiosity.
also
Sorry, go
think
ahead.
of 10th, like somebody gave props to 10th for suggesting the reviews of the videos, whether it be laymen or professionals. Think about that. Had 10th not brought up that idea and inspired Nathan to go that direction, not to say whether Nathan was thinking about doing it, but just didn't know whether that would be, profitable or progressive, we would still be in the same thing. We'd be a bunch of arguing with a bunch of visiting guests on Discord of going back and forth and upsetting Nathan, and there would be no progression. There was no progression contributed by them, really.
Well, I think 10th man should get half the channel for that idea. On deck, you should be demanding the other half the channel for your latest idea. I mean, Jesus, only right. We're working so hard every day.
I've spoken to Kiwi's wife, and apparently one deck should get 12%.
Well, I did ask her last night. I said, she said, what are you doing again? I said, I'm trying to find short videos of surveyors and people doing trig. And she's like, oh, again.
And I think I need to get a performance royalty. You know what I'm saying? I'm a professional recording artist, and you got my voice on recordings, and you've been playing me in the published. I want a point. I want 2 points.
I think all of our faces should be on the book.
Yeah, hold on. I got to get an acknowledgement for my statement a couple of weeks ago. That was a key statement. I need to be mentioned. After all, an author is anybody that has written a sentence is also known as a co-author, according to those stooges.
I mean, if you have a thought or an idea, even if you don't, if it's in your head and you thought about it, that's 5%.
Could you imagine going to the library and going to get a book, and because somebody put a sentence in, how many authors would be on the cover of a book? Are they stupid?
Well, but Neil, I'm going to sue Oxford English Dictionary because there's a lot of words in them books that come from there.
Let me give you a prime example. I don't know if I mentioned this before. A guy I know wrote a song, hit record. Okay. He wrote it inspired by an interview he did with the groom and the bride. He literally took their testimony, like, how did you propose to her? And what did you say when he proposed to you? And he literally, my boy, put it into a song lyric. Okay? Song went huge. It's huge to this day. Okay? So I always joke about it only because the song was already written when me and the girl performed it before it was a demo for it to be the hit that it became. And the song, the lead singer that sung the song that later became a hit, he added 4 words in the bridge, which was just a bridge that had something that was already written, and he added 3 words. That guy got 10%. He's due 10% because the words that he came up with as the writer got incorporated into the song and put out. So I said, well, Chris, why don't you owe the groom and the bride for you interviewing him? He said, no, it doesn't work like that. And I was being sarcastic because I knew that, but I was just being pedantic because I was saying, why you give this guy 10% for his little 4 words, but you're not giving him anything? Because it doesn't work like that. You can't expect to get paid for something that you brought up or something that somebody heard. It doesn't work like that. Or because you crossed a T or dotted an I. It doesn't work like that. Editing is different from putting something out of your mouth and putting it down on paper to be incorporated in a creative, conceptual, intellectual project. It doesn't work like that. So like Neil said, you can't come across and grab a screwdriver and screw in a screw and then try to get credit for building a deck. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
Well, they'll say
sorry.
Nathan was the one that put the screwdriver in because, they had the whole deck up already.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
Hey, Nathan, I was going to ask you out of curiosity, with your book, when someone, a normie buys it, they'll want to know how Earth is flat immediately. So are you going to format it where you tell the reader how Earth is flat and then your story in the 10 years, 15 years of coming to that conclusion afterwards?
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, so incorporated within the text will be...
Hang on a minute. I thought about this 2 weeks ago, doing it that way.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I'll incorporate it throughout the text. So it'll normally be not necessarily self-deprecating, but pointing out that, well, these days it would be made redundant or unimportant because this particular aspect of what I've described requires Earth to be measured flat anyway. So it's kind of written in that sort of vein.
Right, so it's going to be reiterated with the most up-to-date rhetoric, despite going through the 10 to 15. Yeah, it's going to be great.
Yeah, I like that. Like, if you open the book and it's like, yeah, everybody has always known Earth is flat. It's navigated flat. It's measured, like we say. And yeah, straight away you're saying that's how we have to deal with this place. That's how we deal with the sea level elevation profiles. Yeah, and then I'm not getting, I feel like I'm like the author now, telling everyone what to do.
I was just thinking the reader is going to want to know straight away. They don't want to wait 100 pages to how you know for definite.
No, I mean, within the first couple of pages, you'll find out that Earth's measured flat.
Great.
And that in that context, Central, you're correct, because you can compare that to talking about how far you should see and talking about all that before you get to the point of Earth's measured flat. It's exactly the same with a book. You're going to get straight to the point in the first instance on the front foot.
There was something that Nathan, sorry.
Go ahead.
There was something Nathan said the other day I was listening to that really resonated, where you said allowing the normie to appreciate how Earth is flat without having to go through the 10 to 15 years that you have. So all that, and it takes away a lot of the daunting aspect of the information as well, with how simple it is. It was a very profound thing. It really, I still think about that.
I came up with that.
I'll just read you out a little chunk. This was written about a couple of weeks ago. This calculator suggested that we should have a limit to our view of the world based on how far we are told Earth curve should be, rather than the world we see, and what we see being dictated to us by our eyes and their limitations, open brackets, perspective hijacking. This calculator had taken the effect of perspective and called it Earth curve. Through ignorance, I went along with this and spent a significant amount of time arguing about how much of the Isle of Man we should or shouldn't be seen, whilst not spotting that the measurements punched into the calculator were all flat Earth prerequisites. Measuring a flat Earth for height above sea level, linear horizontal distance, and parallel eye level were all required. I won't go on, but yeah, in other words, I'm pointing out that during the Isle of Man debate, now I've realised that all of the things that we're using to make that argument happen required we measured Earth flat to begin with.
Imagine you would have recognized that immediately, huh?
But yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
You reading it?
Once I go back through what was my 5th draft, currently being turned into the 6th draft by my wife because it's transcribed as opposed to from Two Thieving Bastards, there will be a change in rhetoric because that's a relatively recent thing. Now, that is the case with any book writing process. My wife was saying this several weeks ago in terms of, any good book doesn't just magically materialize after a couple of weeks. It goes through multiple drafts and, it's not an easy process to create a good book. But in terms of the rhetoric change from us being flat Earth ninjas going through all of the globe rhetoric, taking it apart, to us realizing and appreciating how Earth is measured flat, to now realizing that you're going to measure Earth flat even if you do believe you're on a ball, has to be incorporated into some of the old text to make it up to date and relevant. So from that perspective, yeah, it will require some alterations to bring all of the stuff that we did 12 months ago in line with the current rhetoric, because it has changed. So some of the older stuff that was written, that's been transcribed already, actually doesn't make sense. It needs to be brought back up to date with those little sentences where, regardless of utilizing these particular measurements, these days we'd appreciate that just the measurements themselves prove Earth is flat.
Absolutely.
Sin, I don't know if you've heard or not, there's a group of people into Flat Earth that are no longer talking about refraction, how far you should see, gravity, eclipses. They're not talking about this anymore. And the word's getting about, these guys are just like warriors and just getting straight to the point. And some people don't like that.
And when they bring up eclipses, we take them right to measurements of that as well.
Yeah, Refracted did that the other day,
It's
didn't
not
he? That was
fun.
hilarious. Because I'd never thought about it. He described it.
I don't
quite
know how he
accurately.
does it.
Well, it's just I got the whole all roads lead to a flat Earth from his demeanour and general way of being around ballers. Because you think about it, when he said, "I'll give you it all. You can have whatever globe evidence you like. I'll concede it all." That is effectively him saying all roads lead to flat Earth, isn't it?
Absolutely. And that's why there was a reproach against him. Everybody was pushing against him because of that. I think they foresaw the amount of credit he would get. Me, I just rejoice in that. So does 10th Man. He says all the time, the fact that Curvature has a mind that just sees things a different way than all of us.
Hold on, I've got QE's bitch on the phone. She says give him 14%. Is that right, love? Give him 14%.
But it's almost like refractive used to. It's like refractive used to shit on people's their dreams. It's not fun. It's it is boring with the measurement. It is you don't get a chance to fantasize and be like, ooh, what is that up there? What is it? Is it spherical? Is it cylindrical? Is it just round? Is it flat? Oh, the Egyptians used to say this, and that's a lot of fun. That was, you got to admit, that was fun. So when refractor comes along and says, "Oh, you can measure it by the," he just kind of poops on everybody's little conversation. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, that's why I agree. You got to talk about how we came. They can see the evolution of where we were.
Is refracted from Africa?
What was that?
I'm saying it's refracted from Africa.
Yeah, I'm on.
I don't know.
Just yeah, your mic's a train, man. Right, fix that. Wait a second. Am I going to get sued for saying your mic's a train wreck?
Yeah, well, I mean, back to Nathan. What Nathan was getting into that anyway, and I was pointing out, that's who we are now over here. Is the we're not talking about nonsense, really. I won't talk about gravity to anybody or refraction. I don't.
Well, somebody told Vaxwax that an elevation angle and what's the other word for it, Nathan? Elevation angle and an altitude angle are not the same things. Angle of elevation and altitude are different.
A minute, Neil, you might be getting confused with the spherical elevation angle that I told you about.
That's like saying horizon and horizontal ain't the same thing.
Yeah, I thought about it for a while. AI was the one that put it forward, and Flatsy joined right in the mocking of Vaxwax. And he was just saying, what are you talking about? It's the same thing.
So they're saying altitude and elevation are two different things?
Yeah, it's not the same thing. When you say elevation angle, it's not the same as an altitude angle. They're two different things completely.
Well, that's the end result of celestial navigation. You're trying to it's called your true altitude. When you've done all the, dip correction and corrections and everything, and you've eventually got to your final, the final result, that is your true altitude. True. That's what it's called.
I just brought up the two definitions. So elevation, height above a given level, especially sea level. Altitude, height of an object or point in relation to sea level or ground level.
Wow.
So,
they are literally exactly the same thing.
You mean sea level, mate?
I mean mean sea level, sorry.
Yeah, you got to say, put the mean in there, mate, because the mean sea level, could be curved.
Were you around when, I can't remember who it was to give credit to. So, hold on. Ring, 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 ring. Hello, QE's wife. What's that? Give credit to QE? 15% of it?
Well, I was saying, I said train wreck. I hope I don't get freaking copyright strike for that.
But someone pointed out that to measure mean sea level itself requires that you have a horizontal plane of reference for it to be up or down from. That is to say that just the process of acquiring a mean sea level requires Earth be flat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's a level measurement.
Yeah.
So it says it in the description.
No, it's multiple.
Yeah, I did have I might have a video on that. It's an old one. I'll get it in the week. It's I think they're talking about tide gauges. The old tide gauges where they're on cliffs, and it just measures the levelness of the tides over a period of time. So, but it's a level measurement. It's not a curve measurement anyway. It's seeing how level it is, over time. So tide gauges, yeah, that'd be, if anyone get a good video on tide gauges, I think that'd be good.
Indeedy. I'm going to round out. It's been a 4-hour show. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.